report of the last provinces, that is Northwest and Northern Cape, but the reports of all other provinces we were given on time on the issues that were raised. So we thought that we must have a meeting between Public Works and all our institutions, that is Correctional Services, Justice, and Office of the Chief Justice, to try and solve the challenges that we picked up during our visit to Correctional Services, to the courts, both magistrates courts and to the high courts. And we are of the view that some of the problems that we picked up, they need to be unlocked at a very top level, political level, and some of the problems need the accounting officers to be involved. We circulated the program, in fact, the agenda, which is the proposed agenda. I think members and the departments and ministers would have the liberty to add or to delete what they think that is not desirable. It's just a proposed agenda. That is the way of welcoming everybody to the meeting, and to just sketch a brief background about why this meeting was important for us to have it. I'm not sure that because we have people from other departments, whether we should introduce ourselves to yourselves, Minister of Public Works, or you know all of us. I think we can proceed with the apology. Firstly, are you fine with the agenda as circulated?
Chair, sorry, just an issue. The departments have prepared separate presentations.
Yes.
So whereas you've grouped the items according to themes.
Yes.
So I don't know how you want to combine that issue of making presentations versus the themes. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to do a coordinated approach, but just to highlight that aspect.
Yes, yes. No, I think the fault was ours. I think we circulated the agenda a little bit late, and it was not easy for the departments to straightly prepare according to how the agenda is. But what I would propose for now, I think let's first deal with the issue of the adoption of the agenda, then we can come back to your issue. So are we fine with the agenda as circulated? I see no objection. Can I take it that the agenda is approved? Thank you very much. I think with respect to the issue raised by Deputy Minister John Jeffrey, my proposal would be to everybody in the room that let's have a presentation by the Department of Public Works, their presentations, and as they present, we will check if all the issues have been covered on the agenda. If they have not been covered, then we can, through questions, we can try and elicit those outstanding replies from the department. Because we had, Minister, we had after the first visits, we did give a report to the departments. Most of the issues are systemic, so they cut across all provinces. So I'm not sure whether we should have the Department of Public Works responding to the issues, and if we've got questions, then we can ask questions, and then thereafter we allow the departments also to say how far they are in their engagement with the Public Works, because from the visits that we had to the provinces, the direction was quite clear that engagements between Department of Public Works, Justice, Office of the Chief Justice must be ongoing, because at the end of this meeting, it would be important that we have a clear time frames as to when issues would be responded to in the form of fixing in the short term, medium term, and even in the long term, because some of the problems, they would need a long-term intervention. Will that be fine, Deputy Minister John Jeffrey? You noted?
I thought you were going to give to my colleague who had a suggestion.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members. I was holding a different view,
Okay.
Chair, because the two departments, that is Justice and Constitutional Development and Correctional Services, have had a look at, your report as the portfolio committee. The presentations, as I understand, at least that coming from the Correctional Services Department, respond to the matters that you observed.
Okay.
And are also reporting on the action that was taken by the department. Also, they also, Correctional Services, deal with the meetings that we held as the three departments, but yeah, Public Works previously under the other minister. And there were certain decisions that were taken, and they are indicating as to what it is that was done in order to ensure that the decisions taken are to be implemented. Now, I think once we give our presentation, then it will be opportune for the Department of Works, Public Works, to indicate what it has to say about some of what is being said by these reports or presentations.
So you are suggesting that the department presents, then Public Works responds.
Sure. Gives you
open up and see the issues, because even the ladies were concerned like the husband.
What's happening?
And so to the hospital, to the doctor, the husband did not bother to come.
Yeah, I
Go
thought this
through
was
that one,
supposed to
go
be
fetch
final.
her. So she had to stay there until she was in a better
The
condition.
secretary
Right.
can attend to it.
So I thought it's a bit of a concerning issue, but it's a personal issue. It could be that we're adding to that.
Can you have a 2 minutes break? They're attending to it.
But the reality is.
Have you made the director aware?
Honorable Breitenbach, we can still withdraw. We can still withdraw the, yeah.
It's too late. It's been gazetted.
We can continue. I think the problem is those people are joining virtual, some of them have their mics on.
Oh, okay. I'm informed that we can proceed. They are attending to the matter. I think there is a firm suggestion from Deputy Minister Olomisa that we first allow departments to make their presentation, that is Correctional Services, Justice, and then the Public Works will update us as to the status of their responses. Minister?
No, thanks. I think we can take any proposal.
Okay.
I will therefore say agree that let's take that proposal that we start with department. But when we respond, we will start by responding on issues as itemized here. Then if there is any other issue that would have emerged from the presentation, then we will engage with that at the end. Thank you.
No, I think that is in order. Maybe let's start with Correctional Services, Deputy Minister.
Chair, I just wanted to say, maybe by way of background, just before we actually start, that there was a meeting between the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services and the former Minister of Public Works. There was then meant to be a follow-up on a number of these issues. There was meant to be a follow-up, which was scheduled about a week after the new minister was appointed, so it was postponed. And that meeting is still something that is going to happen So just that's by way of background. The other aspect, Chair, is should you not because the Minister of Public Works has not been to this committee before, should the members not just introduce themselves? I mean, you don't know who's a member, who's a researcher, who's a sign language interpreter.
We offered, the minister said, no, he knows all of
Oh, you're
us.
okay.
Yeah, no, we offered, he says, no, he's fine. He knows all of us and we know him. And we know him. I think let's proceed with correctional services. Let's start with correctional services.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Minister of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Deputy Minister of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and the Deputy Minister of the Department of Correctional Services, colleagues. We have prepared a presentation also with supplementary information. Dr. Buota, who's the acting Deputy Commissioner for Facilities, will take us through the presentation, Honorable Chairperson, through your permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buota.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and also good morning to our executives, the Minister, Deputy Ministers, the DGs, and also the members of Parliament. Chair, with your permission, I'm going to start with the presentation that deals with the progress, and it's the one that's flagged currently in terms of the quite extensive oversight visits that was done by the Portfolio Committee. So I'm going to go to that slide. It's just the purpose of the presentation. There will be a short introduction, Chair, and then a progress pertaining to oversight visits and then a conclusion as well. So if we go to the next slide, Chair, is just to praise the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Service on the progress achieved pertaining to concerns, findings, valued recommendations made by the Portfolio Committee during oversight visits. Then, Chair, also just as part of my introduction, you will see there, and it's also reflected in some of our other presentations, is that during the previous financial year, positive progress was achieved in terms of our diversification of facilities infrastructure procurement plan. And you will see item number 2, Chair, is just a breakdown of the allocations for this financial year. You will see, Chair and committee members, is that we've allocated 242 million of our capital budget to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, then to the IDT amount of 166 million, Development Bank of Southern Africa.
Sorry, Chair, just a moment. Do we have this presentation? Because we're trying to look for it. I can only find this one, which does not look like that one. Can you just show us a page of what it looks like?
Well, that it
The
was
front
emailed.
page. No, we only have this one that we have here does not look like that one. I'm not sure if maybe I'm mistaken, but it doesn't look like that one.
I'm told that they are going to be printing it. The committee secretary is going to be printing it. Yeah. No, not.
But she has it on email.
So let's proceed for now. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And then the last bullet there, we've allocated 90 million, just over 90 million for own resources in those projects. And that was really prompted in the quest to improve our day-to-day maintenance and in-house labor, especially with the use of inmate labor to enhance our condition on facilities. Then Chair, I'm not going to go too much on this slide, but it's just to say that if you look at item number 5, during these oversight visits, various concerns, findings and recommendations was made by the oversight portfolio committee, and we took cognizance of that, and you will see there's an action plan that we've, in conjunction with the Department of Public Works, if we go to the next slides, that we've started implementing. So, Chair, if you look at the first slide, you will see in the committee visited Barberton Correctional Centre. So some of the delays in attending the need, and I think the need there was in terms of day-to-day maintenance. If you look at the second column there, in terms of the 100,000 threshold for day-to-day maintenance, we know that the Department of Public Works has actually extended that to a value of 1 million subsequent to that meeting. But what some of the findings of the committee is, the committee noted that the facility are very old and dilapidated, and only Leidenburg was refurbished since 2019. The center has not been refurbished or had any major maintenance in a long time. And then the committee urges DPWI to work with DCS to ensure that maintenance is carried out. So in terms of our progress, Chair, is that it should be noted that day-to-day maintenance allocations is not intended for major maintenance. It's only for first-line maintenance. So you will see in the second bullet there, Chair, is that the National Commission has approved an amount of 90 million for own resources, that we're going to concentrate on a combination of own resources projects, but also for enhancement of day-to-day maintenance. So at this stage, we have a twofold approach when it comes to day-to-day maintenance. We still log calls with the Department of Public Works, for example, leaking taps, but and other small maintenance, but we also assist Public Works by doing our own maintenance as well. So we have a joint relationship with them. So in the case if they don't attend to some of these calls that we log, we either source quotations by means of price quotations, or we implement own resources with our inmates. Then, Chair, if we go to the next slide, the committee also inspected Zonderwater, and the committee requested DPW to submit the committee their action plan on all projects, and this action plan should be jointly signed by DCS. So in terms of the progress there, we haven't received any project execution plans with regard to that project from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And then during the allocation meeting, which we had with the Department of Public Works on the 15th, there was funds allocated for the Zonderwater project, and that submission will also go to the National Commissioner for endorsement. Then renovations of the Community Corrections Office is currently executed by means of own resources projects, but also with the support of Public Works and the in-house engineers that assist us with the specifications. So that project, I think it was one of the issues that was raised during that meeting, is the Comcor office, and that project is currently at 80% completed. I think the only outstanding issues there is the networking and so forth, but in terms of the renovations, it has been done. Then in terms of Boksburg, Honorable Chair, once again, I think it's one of the issues that was raised during most of these meetings is with regard to the perimeter fence that is corroded, and then also unavailability of tower posts at Heidelberg. Then in terms of our progress, Chair, you will see there that Boksburg project is currently under renovations. There's a contractor on site. Although there is delays, we're still waiting DPW to furnish us with a project execution plan. But the real issue there is that we have about 408 unused bed spaces, and we urgently need to finalize that project to regain those much needed bed spaces. And then the other bullet, just for information purposes, Chair, is that we as a department already commenced with the program to refurbish and construct tower posts last financial year. For example, you will see St. Albans, Rooigrond, Christiana, and Waterval was completed, and Boksburg will be on this plan for this year in terms of own resources that will start with the construction and refurbishment of tower posts there. Then on the next slide, Chair, Durban Westville, the committee, you'll see the third column there, the DCS should not be totally reliant on DPWI. I think that was one of the issues that the committee raised throughout most of these meetings, and the refurbishment projects should be prioritized. So the DCS through the DPWI should already implemented the project for the replacement of 3 boilers. At this stage, although there was some delays, but there was also some achievements by Public Works. They already replaced 2 of the 3 boilers, and we already signed off on that. It's just the last one that's currently under construction, but that project, the contractor at least is producing there. And also worth noting, Chair, is that when it comes to maintenance of integrated security systems, if you look on slide, I think it's slide 8 that I'm on now, we have also implemented integrated security maintenance contracts at Durban Westville as well, as I indicated there during February last financial year. So we have a contractor on site already. Then, Chair, the committee also did the inspection at Polsmoor. Just to highlight, I think one of the major problems that was identified there is if you look at the second column, the roof at Remont facility, medium B and female center is still leaking. So that's a problem that we encountered for at least 5 years. But if you look at the progress, Chair, is that, and I followed that up on Monday, I actually called the center and they said Public Works did appoint a completion contractor, and they did initial inspection. And since the contractor has left site, there was no leaks detected, and they anticipate that they're going to sign off that project before the end of the month. It's just a retention period to see if there's any defects. But it was reported by maintenance that currently there's no new leaks at that facility, or no leaks at all. Then Chair, Malmesbury, I think one of the big issues again is the security fence that's dysfunctional. We know there was an incident there as well at some stage. But in terms of the progress after the committee has visited in January, DPW did appoint a contractor for a CCTV system and fence. So they're busy maintaining the existing system there, and also the detection systems. I think they've already installed the energizer, electrification of the fence there. But over and above that, Chair, is that we've also appointed the IDT to start with a project to refurbish the entire integrated security system, because it's still an analog system there. And the IDT already went out on tender, and that process is currently in bid evaluation committee stages. Then Toyando, Chair, is that it's also a very old correctional center, but the biggest challenge there that was noted by the committee is that dilapidated kitchens, for example, at medium A and B. So during that meeting, the chairperson of the committee requested that we should give funds confirmation to the IDT. So you will see that last column, an allocation letter was issued to DPWI during April to commence with the appointment of a contractor. So at this stage, Public Works have not yet appointed a contractor, but when we had the engagement with DPWI, they're busy finalizing the tender documentation, and they've indicated before the end of June, they will advertise that tender for the kitchen repair and maintenance. Chair, your committee also did an inspection at Zanin, and it was previously also indicated there when it's fairly a new correctional center, but it was constructed without staff accommodation. And the committee also recommended that we should look after our officials and start with the commencement to construct the staff accommodation. So it was also raised then at meeting by the officials when the committee engaged our officials as well. So since then, the needs assessment for the construction of the staff accommodation in terms of the new norm standards was finalized. So Public Works at this stage, they're busy with the designs. And also worth mentioning, Honourable Chair, is that at Zanin, we've also implemented the integrated security maintenance contract through the Department of Public, through the IDT, and the system is currently functional and it's well maintained at this stage. Then, Chair, in terms of St. Albans, also one of our big 5 correctional centres, the committee did visit. And once again, it was noted that there's poor maintenance, especially when it comes to day-to-day maintenance and the committee raised concerns regarding contractors leaving projects unfinished, especially security departments like DCS. And then the committee urged the Department of Public Works to do thorough vetting of contractors during projects appointment, especially at security institutions. And I see in their presentation, they will make a reference to the vetting processes as well. And Chair, in terms of the progress at St. Albans, the construction of new perimeter fence and tower posts was finalized during April. They're actually going to sign off the final completion tomorrow. I had a discussion with the team on site this morning. And then we've also appointed the contract for the installation of CCTV and detection systems is currently at the bid evaluation committee stages with the IDT, but we've constructed a very nice fence, and I think on my slide I'll illustrate that as well, Chair, and also some tower posts that we have refurbished there. But on a day-to-day maintenance process, I think we have good relationship with Public Works, especially the regional office there, in terms of not only day-to-day maintenance, but also them assisting us with designs and specifications for in-house projects as well. In Chair, in Tswelapele, we visited there, and the committee actually indicated that DPWI has committed to the tender for heat pumps. At this stage, it's still a problem. I think it was raised there that the majority or a portion of the correctional center do not have adequate hot water, and that tender has been advertised twice. You'll see there in the progress, Chair, is that DPW actually, they indicated in that meeting that they've written to National Treasury to re-advertise that tender for a third time because of non-responsiveness, but we're still waiting for feedback from Public Works. And during our preparation for this meeting, we followed up with them yesterday, and they indicated that they still need that permission from National Treasury to proceed to advertise again. So that for us is one of the big challenges at Tswelapele, but perhaps not indicated in this presentation. We've also implemented the integrated security maintenance contract, and the committee actually went and did an inspection at the control rooms, and I think they were very impressed. I think about 99% of all cameras, all biometric readers, metal detectors is functional at Tswelapele. I think that is one of the successes that we can bring to this committee, Chair. Chair, there was also an inspection at Colesberg. The center does not have proper perimeter fence once again. And I think the Honorable Mr. Engelbrecht also indicated there that security fences at security institutions should be a priority. That facility was constructed in 1937, so it's a very outmoded correctional center, so the first generation one. And in terms of the progress, this is currently busy with the procurement of a new cooking pots. That was also indicated there. The material, the cooking pots is not functional there, but we got concurrence from the Department of Public Works to procure the pots ourselves. So due to the delay by DPW, National Commission allocated funding for that project for this financial year. So the team from our region is already busy with that procurement process. But in terms of the fence also, we're busy with the designs to see how we can erect a new fence at that correctional center. But some of the biggest challenges, Chair, when it comes to fences is the vandalizing of fences, the theft of fences. So we look at a different proposal perhaps to see how we can equip those fences with intelligence, that we don't have a situation where we erect a fence and after 2 to 3 months the fence is gone. That it's not fruitless expenditure. But we have a plan with our management areas to do proper patrols at those fences as well. Then on the next slide, Chair, Rooigrond, there was also inspection. During that inspection, the Honourable Chair was also there, if I can recall, and we indicated, for example, we had a sample of the water piping that was blocked. So there's a high degree of lime in the water there, and we actually showed a sample to the honourable members, parliament members. So within a year, 110 millimeter pipe was actually blocked, And it's because there's no water treatment plant, no water softening systems in place. So in terms of the progress, Chair, what we can report is that Public Works, after that meeting, I think the very next day, they've appointed or signed a contractor. And if you go back to the kitchens, they've actually sent us the videos. Most of the leaks has been repaired, especially on the steam lines. And we did report it to the champion from the audit committee. There was a request that we should provide feedback, which we did, but we're just waiting for follow-up feedback on that. But we still have a challenge with regard to the water treatment plant. Once again, it's a project that's been delayed. So the Honorable Chair also recommended that we should engage the Department of Defense, especially the engineering corps, to assist us. So we're busy with that, to see if they can assist us with the designs of that water treatment plant. And we'll have an engagement with Public Works to see if we can do the procurement in-house, because there's infrastructure that's lying there and it's deteriorating as time goes along. Then day-to-day maintenance are done by means of own resources. You will see, Honorable Chair, actually before the committee went there, we did refurbish, for example, the tower post there. So it was all done by means of own resources projects. Then, Chair, on the next slide, Potchefstroom was also, I think, the day after Rooigrond, we went with the portfolio committee there. There was also some delays. You will see it's also a very old infrastructure, and then the committee is concerned about DPWI contractors who are incompetent to perform work and actually also leaving the site. I think that came very strong during that meeting, Chair. And during that meeting, there was also progress given by Development Bank of Southern Africa in terms of the project, if you can recall. So they did furnish me with the latest project execution plan, which I did share with the committee as well. But just in short, they have appointed a contractor. So the contractor's on site, that we're going to do a major repair and renovations at that correctional center. And there's also, I think, about, I'm talking on correction, it's about 190 bed spaces that's not been used. So we're optimistic that that project will be finalized as planned within time and budget. But also to mention, Chair, at Potchefstroom, we've also appointed the IDT. The commissioner gave that financial approval to implement a security system upgrade at that correctional center. So they already went out on tender. I think during the month of April, there was tender briefings on site, and the tenders already closed. So it's with the IDT bid adjudication committee. Then, Chair, if we go to the next slide, just in short, and I'll try to save some time, you will see DCS has adopted a proactive approach in dealing with facilities upgrade and maintenance by enhancing in-house capacity and support maintenance responsibilities. Chair, I think you're aware that we've professionalized our facilities directorate with the recruitment of engineers and architects. But last financial year, we've also appointed 17 new artisans on a national level to assist with day-to-day maintenance, then implementing in-house designs and construction of facilities. So we do small designs in-house, obviously with the support of Public Works, with the in-house engineering team that assist us, for example, with the construction of bakeries and pharmacies. So there's a lot of progress in terms of those as well. Then implementing of DCS maintenance contracts. At some of the regions, we have already implemented term contracts, for example, for generators and kitchen equipment, especially in the Eastern Cape, where we have contractors on site as we sit here today. And I think our procurement strategy that we adopted, not only to be reliant, not only on DCS or Department of Public Works, but we've also appointed additional implementing agents. I think we can already see some of the improvements, although there's still a lot of work to be done, Chair. And then if we go to the next slide, already you'll see in the first, if you go to the next slide, we have implemented a couple of integrated security system contracts, term contracts, 36-month term contracts that's in place. And if you go to the last slide, I'm just jumping to save some time, Honorable Chair. It's just an illustration of the newly erected fence at St. Albans. So the next phase on this project is just to install the CCTV cameras, the detection systems on those fences, and also to equip the control room with monitoring and surveillance equipment. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pause at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We also have a presentation just as part of the preparations that we were doing that reflects on the resolutions of the ministerial bilateral meeting that was referred to by our Deputy Minister Olomis. So I've just checked with the team. It was not submitted to the committee, but we have that presentation, and it has got information on how we have fared in the implementation of the resolutions of that meeting. I just thought that I should indicate that, Honorable Chairperson, we can get it submitted.
But my understanding is that that is a meeting between the ministers of Public Works and Correctional Services. So it was an executive meeting. No, I think let's focus on what we have done as the legislature, because that was not our meeting. Thank you very much. Can I suggest, members, that we have a response from Public Works, then we can have questions from members and interactions that will include also the executive. Will that be in order? Thank you very much. Public Works.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. We also don't have a copy of that presentation, but my colleagues are here. If Dr. Botha, you can just flag the presentation again, and then my colleagues from CPM will be able to respond on an issue by issue basis behind me. Thank you, Chairperson. Presentation again. If you can just get the same presentation flighted, Chair.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, before she starts, I just want to clarify, is this not the presentation that we received from the Department of Public Works? Is it not this Public Works?
Yeah, the one that we submitted is only justice. The correctional services one, we did not have. That is why I was asking Dr. Bolter to flag
What do you mean you did not have the correctional services one?
report.
Because these are two separate departments. They might be
Yes.
having a same minister, but these are two distinct departments.
Yeah. We did not receive the one for correctional services, but with the Department of Justice, we actually worked hand in hand to develop the presentation. That is why that one is a joint presentation with Department of Justice. The one for correctional services, we had not done it with them.
So does it mean that correctional services did not send you their information? So you have not responded to correctional services?
Yes, not prior to the meeting, but like I said, my colleague is available to respond to the issues because they are aware of them.
Okay. Minister, do you want to speak?
No, thanks. Greetings once more, Chair, Deputy Ministers, and honorable members, as well as the senior management of the three departments, Justice, Correctional Services, and Public Works. I just wanted to underline what we are saying, that the presentation between Public Works and Justice is a collaborative work which have been consulted between the two. But because Correctional Services presented on their own, we will then be responding through CPM one by one on those issues, as they were saying. Thanks.
Thank you. That's fine. Over to you, Doc. The person from Correctional, from Public Works who is supposed to be responding, or do you want to make some input, Correctional Services?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. On Wednesday evening, we had a work session with Public Works where I presented that exact same presentation, and the Deputy Minister was part of that. And at 8 o'clock that evening after that meeting, I did submit that presentation to Public Works CAM, and we even discussed that yesterday with Public Works. So that presentation was submitted. It was workshopped with them Wednesday evening. Thank you, Chair. I just want to place that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. You, Public Works, you said you are prepared to be responding to each and every issue that was raised by Public Works.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, Acting DG, colleagues. My name is Batu Mohotu. I'm from the Department of Public Works. We have put 5 key challenges that have been raised by the Department of Correctional Services, and have put together an action plan that's response to those key challenges. In addition to that, we have specific responses on the Boksburg prison in terms of the timelines accordingly as it was requested in the presentation. The presentation highlighted a number of systematic challenges. And within these systematic challenges, Honorable Chair, if I may go through each one of them and give the timeframes in which we are dealing with the actions appropriately. The issue of the appointment of consultants and contractors that takes too long was highlighted in the presentation by Correctional Services. And since our engagements with the Honorable Committee, we have looked at different mechanisms and also in our interactions with the new principals, that the individual appointment of consultants that we have been traditionally doing in the department, it needs to change. And we've moved away from that individual appointment of consultants to using 10 key solutions. And we are in a process of finalizing the terms of reference. And by the 2nd of June of 2023, the terms of reference will be finalized to enable us to then roll out this at a much more grand scale within the department. The second item is on the inadequate professional capacity to really deal with the challenges globally that have been raised by DCS. And through our interactions with our principals, we have adopted the model of utilizing external PMUs. These are program management units, and we're going to then put 8 of them, each one for each client department, focusing on DCS, focusing on Department of Justice, so that we're able to deal with issues of enforcing timelines on projects that are in the planning, enforcing the timelines on the projects that are in the implementation. We are currently also busy with the finalization of the terms of reference, and they will then be approved by the 2nd of June of 2023. And this will also be rolled out at a grand scale within the Department of Public Works. We've also identified the challenge of the replacement of terminated contractors. That it indeed takes too long using the traditional methods that we've been using in the department. And so we have then, Honorable Chair, put together the terms of reference which have been approved for the panels of contractors and consultants. And we then anticipate that this will be put in place in the department by August of 2023, following processes of procurement. We've also looked at the last item of that the time taken for projects between when we appoint a contractor and the time it takes for us to hand over the project. At times, it takes more than the 30 days that we have budgeted for, whereby the Department of Labor needs to issue us with a construction permit. And here we are re-evaluating our business processes and looking at our appointments and conditions of contract, such that we're able to shorten this particular time frame, because currently it takes us up to 6 months for us to get a letter of the construction permit. And during that particular time, the contract would have started. And we always have challenges with the Auditor General to say that why has it taken so long when you've issued an appointment letter until you get the construction permit. And we're dealing with it through the conditions of contract to change certain business processes within that space. With respect to specific projects that were raised, my colleague from DCS indicated that there are requests made for project execution plans. And I had engaged with my office in Pretoria, and they've confirmed that the information had been made available. And I will just have to check where it's lying within my client department so that it gets to the right level. But just to highlight on the Boksburg prison, which was highlighted as a project where execution plan is required. The practical completion on this project is at an advanced stage. It should be completed now at the end of May 2023. The contractor is delayed with the biometrics, but they are attending to finalization of that particular scope of work accordingly. Let me pause here, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe before I invite questions from members, Minister, do you want to say something?
No, thanks. I think the first point that I would want to raise, as Honorable Deputy Minister Jeffries indicated, we had requested that we have arranged that we meet with the department to deal with both issues of correctional services, but also justice. And we will be expediting that meeting. The second point, we understand ourselves as servicing this department. So our client department must get an immediate response from us at all material time. And that is an approach that we've adopted. It should not be us who say we have sent this to the client department, but we must send an information and make a follow-up that it has been received and it is what it's expected. Now, having said that, we have then adopted an approach of establishing program management unit per client department. See, this is correctional services. This is a PMU that is dedicated, coordinating from national with our regional offices in each province, so that whatever we do is coordinated and implemented with speed. I think that is the first issue. We are also, because in the department, there's been a problem of appointing a consultant per each area. We have said, no, let's turn that adopt a model of turnkey, where you'll say, if you've got a bigger project, go have one contractor who will be an implementing agent, oversee everything, rather than appointing different specialists on our own. So we think that will fast track the response to client departments. We acknowledge that some of the things have been delayed on the side of us as the department, and that's why we're making these interventions. We also acknowledge the fact that most of the poor quality of work delivered is because of the companies that are contracted. Hence, screening will be quite important, and it will need to go to details in terms of the capacity, skills, as well as financial resources that each of those companies have, financial muscle to carry the project. So we must move away from a situation where we start project, then in between the company is liquidated and all of that. We're trying to put the system in place to respond to that. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Thank you very much, Minister. Members, I've noted Honorable Engelbrecht, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Swart, Honorable Yako, Honorable Masakotjele in that order. Oh, sorry, the last one would be Honorable Horn. My apologies. Oh, and then Honorable Enivot Tohan. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Don't forget me on the virtual.
Okay. Honorable Ramulubeng. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I no disrespect from my side, but I believe that you are either naive or ill-informed. Not a single of these problems from DCS are new problems. They are all repetitive problems that comes over a number of years. Every single facility that I've visited has got the same type of problems, and the majority of problems has to do with Department of Public Works. I cannot understand how a department like Correctional Services has to struggle with the supply of water to facilities. I mean, it's a human right. The people that's incarcerated there are criminals, but they are humans. Day before yesterday, I visited Greenpoint, Northern Free State. Today, that facility will be with 3 days without water. This functionality from your department leads to the Department of Correctional Services that has to take flack because they cannot fulfill their operational function. And in the oversight visits that we had, it seems that there's absolutely no consequences for underperformance or non-performance from the Department of Public Works. And I'm very sorry, but I do not believe you when you say that these problems will be addressed, because I can guarantee you next year, this time, we will have exactly this same conversation about underperformance from the Department of Public Works hampering the functionality of correctional services. And this is national security issues. You can't dilly-dally around with issues around correctional services. We cannot allow correctional services to fail in any of their responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. To the Minister of Public Works, thank you, sir, for coming today, to everybody, but particularly to you because you're new. And so this is going to be an unpleasant session for you, and it's really not your fault, because you've just arrived there. Now you're taking the flak for something that your predecessor neglected to do. However, that's your job, and so you'll just have to suck it up. Mr. Chair, let me also express my extreme disappointment that the Minister of Justice could not find a way to be here today. This meeting was planned some time ago. It's been on the cards for a long time. It's an important meeting addressing important issues. And it may be so that the two deputy ministers are here with other senior staff from the department. But I think that it's an insult to this committee that the Minister of Justice constantly finds reasons to not be here when we have important meetings. This isn't the first time. And it's a worrying habit that he, as soon as he's aware that there's going to be confrontation, he finds a way to be elsewhere. And so I'm both disappointed and affronted by the fact that he's not here. And I think that he should have made an effort to be here. Now, I don't care what other commitments he had or has today. He should have made an effort to be here. And it's very discourteous of him to not be here. So correctional services really is reliant on public works to a very large degree to deal with structural and infrastructural failures and for maintenance. And since since I've been in Parliament, which isn't terribly long, but since 2014 at least, the same problems occur every single year. The same issues are raised every single year. And every single year we're told by correctional services and then by public works that they will address it, it will be attended to, and very few things are in fact addressed and attended to. And each time we return to those same facilities, we find the same problems that have not been attended to, and others that have arisen that have not been attended to. So there's a serious problem with infrastructure maintenance, proactive infrastructure maintenance at prisons. And I would like the Minister of Public Works to please reassure me that they have a plan with proactive infrastructure maintenance. It's no earthly good waiting until something happens, like at Groenpunt prison, which we visited 2 days ago. And at that stage had been without water for 2 days and probably are still without water. Well, without any sufficient water. Of course, they've made plans to get tankers and they've done their best under trying circumstances, but it's very far from ideal. And as the Honourable Engelbrecht pointed out, it doesn't affect only the inmates, it affects the personnel as well. There is insufficient water. People can't wash. It's a sanitation issue. It's a food issue. And everybody is affected. And it's no earthly good waiting until the pumps have broken. And then trying to fix them. They should be maintained. And all over, everywhere we go, it's a maintenance issue, and it's a proactive maintenance issue. Everybody could understand when a big thing goes wrong and it's unforeseen. But where important machinery, important infrastructure is not maintained, it's going to break. You don't really need to be particularly bright to work that out. And that's the problem. There is no proactive maintenance done anywhere. And it's extremely concerning. So I'd like some reassurance about that. And I'm not pointing finger at Groenpunt prison. I must say that while we were there, they explained to us what their plan B was, and they were doing their very best under very difficult circumstances to deal with the issue. But it remains difficult, it remains unnecessary, and it shouldn't happen. The inmates are incarcerated. They can't go to the supermarket and buy bottled water. If there's no water, there's no water. There's nothing they can do. It's not acceptable. And so we have a list from 2014 till today of the same infrastructural issues that have not been addressed. And the prisons, forgive me, in general, are an abomination. The conditions are not good. The buildings are in disrepair. We see a new fence around St. Albans. Well, I don't quite know what to make of that. A new fence around St. Albans, when we all know, everybody in this room who's seen St. Albans knows that St. Albans should be bulldozed and rebuilt. It's not a prison. It's not fit for human habitation. It's an absolute disgrace. It's a human rights abuse. It's filthy. It's decrepit. It's absolutely shocking. Human beings should not be obliged to work there or to be incarcerated there. And so a new fence around a building that is an absolute disgrace, that actually bothers me a little. So I don't understand how that was arrived at. Why a new fence around a building like St. Albans? It's a shocking disgrace. A huge amount of money is now being spent on a fence around a building that's literally falling apart. It makes absolutely no sense. Money is poorly spent. There's no accountability for how money is spent. Contractors are appointed. They get paid. They don't do the job. They do half a job, then they disappear into the night, or they're fired because they haven't produced. That money is gone. Then somebody else has to be appointed. It takes forever to do that. And the money is never recovered. We are pouring state funds into a bottomless pit, and there's absolutely no accountability for how the money is spent and whether we get any value for money or not. And nobody seems to care. And I would like both departments to address me on that issue. How are we going to ensure that we get value for taxpayers' money spent on these institutions? Why is the planning so bad? Why is the oversight so bad? And why are the same people constantly reappointed to do a job that they clearly cannot do? And when we do this oversight and we have these people from Public Works who are there at these meetings, they either run away halfway through the engagement because they send junior officials who cannot answer the very difficult questions that are raised, or they have no answers. And that's constantly the problem. So, really, the new minister, you're going to have to pull up your department's socks and with some alacrity. It's not performing. It's a department that is just not performing. I don't know why it exists. The budget should be taken away, given to correctional services, allow them to do their own maintenance. They have, for want of a better word, literally thousands of sitting ducks in prison who can work and be put to work to maintain their facilities themselves. So give them the money and let them do it. You're not doing the job. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ritenbach. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. 24 years. That's how long I've been on the Justice Committee with some of the colleagues, Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. We've been on the executive and I've been here. And it seems that it is deteriorating, Minister. And I just want to add what my colleagues have said. You have inherited this, but it is a challenge. And this is coming to the end of this parliamentary term now. So I am deeply concerned. And if you see the comments here, and let me just start by saying Parliament itself as an institution has lost faith in public works. What is the prime example of that? Is the rebuilding of Parliament is not going to be done by public works. It's going to be done by the Development Bank of South Africa. Why then should correctional services have to struggle with provision when they are dealing with security, when their wardens' lives are at risk, besides the offenders which need to be treated humanely, but the wardens, their lives are at risk. And these are very serious issues. Yes, one or two of your officials where I visited have been exemplary and one needs to commend them. But in the general, if you look at the comments that we have issued here in writing continually, the committee is concerned about poor workmanship, Boksburg. The committee, this is very serious here. Toyandu, the committee believes that public works continue to make themselves irrelevant, as almost all departments and MPs question their existence. This is
Chair, we can't hear.
to be here, but that's fine. But let me just continue. And I really, it's tough, Minister, because you're now here. And there are officials here that are trying their very best under very difficult circumstances. But there's going to have to be a dramatic improvement. We're going to file a legacy report. And the challenge that you as a department are facing is that Parliament itself is starting to say, but do we really need this department at all? So I want to plead with every official to start looking at how you perform in your jobs, because Parliament is looking very carefully now. And to repeat what I've just said, If Parliament says, we are not trusting you to rebuild our Parliament, then it says a lot, a lot. I would like to ask you about the allowance. Do I understand it correctly that it is 100,000 that you only allow, and maybe for the correctional services to do its work? And surely that should be increased substantially. And then I'm not quite understanding from the correctional services side. I see that there's capital expenditures by Public Works, by the Independent Development Trust, as well as by the Development Bank and DCS in-house projects, 90 million. So it seems already, Minister, that a lot of your work is going to other sectors. And that should be a big concern to you. But I would support that given the non-performance of the department itself and the need for us to ensure that the expenditure is done correctly. And I'm sure you're experiencing this across the board from client departments. It's a massive constraint, a massive, massive issue. So something's going to have to be done. And I echo my colleague's sentence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yako.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to the Minister. Greetings to your department. I'm not going to acknowledge Department of Justice because I honestly feel like as much as Honorable Breitenbach has said, the Minister should have been here because these are very key issues in the functioning of the Department of Justice and Correctional Services. And I don't think he's taking them seriously. So for him not to be here today is indicative of how serious he's taking his own department. The issues that we've flagged as a committee are not a by the way. There are issues that are concerning the society at large and also his department in the smooth running. What I've seen in my observations when I've gone to correctional service centers is how well-run correctional services is versus how dysfunctional the Department of Justice is in terms of its courts. And that is where we place most of our sort of respect to judges, magistrates, etc. And we don't place them enough on the work that is done by correctional services. So I always say this, that correctional services does the most of the dignified work and is almost Department of Justice, correctional service, and not the Department of Justice where it should be laying. So Minister, you're inheriting a department that is very dysfunctional, a department that is a mess. Even your representative here, he knows, I always say this to him, that when he comes and presents or he talks or responds to us, he really doesn't know what he's talking about. And you can tell in how he's responding is like he just reads a presentation and he thinks that's how we respond to the English that he presents to us and not the facts. And the fact is that Department of Public Works is not coming to the party in terms of what it's supposed to do. And my question is, what are your KPIs? Because it shouldn't be that as a representative of the public, I have to myself go to a correctional center, say for instance, Colesberg, which was one of the worst that we saw. I can highlight a few things that I saw that we did not flag in the report that concerned me in terms of how much you respect the work that you do. Small things such as a perimeter fence should be an important thing in a correctional center. The maintenance of that correctional fence, perimeter fence, should be of utmost importance to you. The maintenance of food, small things that we are not small, but are just basics that you are not doing as a department. And that is what you've inherited. And that's what we're bringing here. We are talking bread and butter issues where we should be talking at high level as to how we can maximize the functionality of your department. And it's unfortunate that now we have to then place these things upon you. And I'm asking myself, had the committee not flagged these, what would have been the outcome? I mean, Honorable Swart has said it's been decades of work that is supposed to have been done, but it's not been done. And it should not be our duty now in the 6th Parliament to be dealing with those issues. But here we are having to have a physical meeting and talking to you and wondering also, our talking to you, is it going to have an effect or not? are things going to change or not? Because judging from the report that I've seen from Dr. Botha, where he's presenting to us, there are issues that we flagged that he has talked to, but are not a part of the report. For instance, I'm going to deal specifically with the report that is here in front of us, which we did not receive really. It was just, that's why I think, Chair, I asked whether we have the report or not, because I don't know what this is, but we're here now, so we're going to deal with it. In Malmesbury, you know how Cape Town is the hub of crime in the country and the kind of prisoners that we have in these correctional centers. If you say that you're going to, DPW did appoint a contractor to do maintenance, when was that contractor appointed? Has the CCTV system been done? Has the fencing been done? IDT was appointed to implement ISS's upgrade project during the 2023, by when? We're not talking proper things that are going to change. And unfortunately, we have to change these things before we leave this term, because these are issues that we have flagged, and these are issues that are really concerning, not only for the prisoners, but also for the public at large and how you protect them. And just basic issues that you are paid to do, but you're not doing them. In Colesberg, why was the perimeter fencing not a priority? Had we not gone to Colesberg, would it have been a priority? And it's not in the report of DCS right now. It was spoken to, and that bothers me because it should have formed part of the reporting as to what is going to be done. You will flag there that the center does not have a proper perimeter security fencing, but you do not say what you're going to do as DCS with regards to the perimeter fencing. You do not say that you've engaged with Public Works with regards to the perimeter fencing. So you're only speaking to it. So if we then must engage on it on black and white, we have no tracing of what has happened to it. And that was one of the key issues that we flagged there, as well as the standard of maintenance that we saw in Colesberg. Now, Colesberg might seem like a small city or small town, but it's indicative of just the small, minute things that Public Works and DCS are not meeting each other halfway with regards, because it's a very small correctional center. It should be of utmost care. It should be properly maintained. We should not even be talking about it. And also, it seems to me that you prioritize in Colesberg this flagship, the Department of Justice that is, of a pharmacy, that the minister is going to come and open this pharmacy. What is the point of having or opening a pharmacy in a small town that is riddled with drugs and alcohol abuse, where you don't have a perimeter fence that is operational and working, where you don't have proper protective capacity to protect people from the prisoners and the prisoners from the people? So you're going to open this pharmacy, but yet there's nothing that's going to come from it. You're just opening it and then people can just come and loot it, and then what you're going to say. So that concerns me that you did not, Dr. Potter, put this in the report as to what you're going to do with regards to the perimeter fencing. And I think, Minister, that's it. I'm only going to acknowledge you because we really don't have representatives from the Department of Justice. I acknowledge the deputy chair, deputy ministers, but they know where I stand with this, because I think where the buck stops is with the head, which is the minister. And most of the bills that we've passed, they always refer to the minister and never to the deputy ministers as to where the ambit stops. It stops with the minister, it doesn't stop with anyone else. So for you to respect us, a committee that you do not actually really account too much, and the minister does not, it for me bothers me. And it for me tells me how much the minister respects the work that we do as members of parliament, because we're not just sitting here talking to ourselves, we actually are really concerned. And through you, Chair, the work that we've done has been quite extensive, and it would have been really appreciative for the minister to acknowledge that work and to come here and to say, fine, this is what I'm taking home with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Masako Chala.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to the minister and the team, and also to our House ministers, deputy ministers. Yes, meaning they belong to our Justice Committee. Yes. And then also our officials from Justice. Chairperson, let me start first with saying we want to thank the Minister for coming and being with us today so that we are able to raise all these issues in his presence, but also Chair. I think I don't want to be too harsh to the Minister of Justice for not being here. I know my colleagues are going to kill me, but really sometimes our analysis must be fair, because in our first meeting, this is not the first meeting, this is the second meeting. Our first meeting was cancelled. The minister was present, was in fact was keen to come. The only thing that made him not to be, the meeting not to sit, it was because of the new minister in DPWI. So I think we know that there's work that needs to be done everywhere. So our minister is not here, and we are with me, Chair, I'm fine. And the department is here, and then they will account, and they're supposed to account, even if the minister is not here. I know my colleagues will kill me for saying that, but I needed to say that, Chair. But secondly, Chair, let me come to this. I just made some observations, Chair, today, that the officials of DPWI that are here are not the same officials that we have been traveling with when we were going to these centers, correctional services centers, and also courts. I think I would have loved them to be here so that we can see that synergy between the national office and the regional office. Because when we raise these issues, if those officials are here, and then those who are in the national are able to catch up quickly. Thank you, Chair. And then the second one, Chair, I would want to also say to the minister that I think, I'm not sure if the minister was given a handover report, because that chair was going to help the new minister to be able to realize that the problems that we are talking about today, they are a long-standing problems. That chair, the department should have maybe attended even before the minister comes, so that minister start where work has been stopped when he took over. So I'm going to say, Chair, my colleagues has raised so many issues. I would say to the minister, the issues of security, matters of safety in the correctional services, very important. And there has been problems, Chair. I can't see my minister, Chair. You know, this thing is really hiding me, and and then secondly, Chair.
Let's focus, members.
Yes, I'm focusing, Chair, just that I wanted to talk to the minister. And then secondly, Chair, the issue of the quality of the contractors, the quality of work that is done by the contractors at these centers, Minister, are a serious concern. They need an urgent attention. And then also the money wasted in these contract cancellation of these contractors. There's one that I would make an example in the, is it Potchefstroom, somewhere there in the northern, it's Potchefstroom, where this contractor was not able to finish the job, and he made a mess of the whole thing. And then he left, and the department, without even chair, doing issues of consequences management in that area, they just decided to go and get another contractor. And when we were there, it was like the same thing was also happening, Chair. That second contractor also was just not doing what he's supposed to be doing. That brings us to the question of the contractors that we hire. And what is worrisome, Minister, is that these contractors, it looks like, you know, they are working at their uncles. I don't know if maybe their uncles are agreeing to such a shabby work or what, because it seems as if they come there, they don't even have shame. They are not even, you know, the remorse. They don't have remorse. In fact, it's like life is going on. And you find that this contractor is hired here, is not doing the job, and then he emerges somewhere in another province. So I think we must also look into those issues of listing of these contractors. I think I've touched on the issue of non-consequences management. I think I want to say to the minister, when you came in, Minister, I think if you had this handover report, they should have given you the department, because Chair, the minister is not inheriting a department coming with new officials. These officials that are sitting here in front of us, some of them, they're more than 5 years in this department. And these problems, I don't think that with the same officials, the minister will be able to perform unless you begin to raise the standard and really whip, Minister, some of the people who are really not doing their job here. Because believe you me, your term will be very short because of these officials who knows that they will be sitting here for years, every month getting their salaries when you are being redeployed because they are saying you're not doing your job. So the first point that you need to do, you need to start with these old officials who has been there for a long time, and we are still experiencing the same problems. That's the message I'm giving to the minister. And then the second one will be, Minister, you must also take the stock of at least how much money the department have lost because of these contractors that have been given the job, not doing the work and all those things. At least you must have an idea as to how much money have we, the government lost, so that we are able to make a decision out of the situation, Chair. And I think I've indicated the issue of the list of those contractors who were given the jobs and messed up, so that we are able to list them. Chairperson, I think on those were only on the issue of the correctional services. I had, I don't know, I didn't hear the name of the senior official that was giving us the information earlier. I think here we are not talking about the issue of systematic issues. We know that that is a problem. We want to leave that one to the minister so that the minister can come with a plan as to how he assists us in terms of dealing with the systematic issues. But the officials must be able to get into the daily issues. We are having a problem of maintenance, daily maintenance, and also the issue of the infrastructure, the capital matters. So you are also indicating that you are having this MOU that you are going to sign on the 2nd of June 2023. My question was going to be, what was happening all along without that MOU, that now we are going to have a new MOU when the minister is here, the new minister, as if maybe we are starting from afresh, because I know that this issue of the MOU should have been done all along, having the relationship between the two departments so that you're able to work and do your job. It is a mess in these correctional services. What we are just talking about here, it is just a tip of the iceberg. If the minister can sometimes make a visit, at least, Minister, to these centers you will see what we are talking about. The reason for us to have this meeting today, it is really a serious matter. We are not just trying to show off and to show that we can call meetings and sit here and talk. It is serious. The correctional services, there are people there. Human rights are really not taken care of, Chair. Chair, through you, Chair. But in those few words, Chair, I'll say for now, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, let me at the outset say that I think the other colleagues who made the point that oversight visits serve the specific purpose of enlightening Parliament as to what is happening, firstly, at specific centres in this case, but secondly, after a number of visits, what systemic issues plague the functionality of both the centres and in this specific case, and that's the purpose of today's meeting, the synergy and the cooperation between public works and correctional services. And in that sense, the one remark, and this is specifically aimed at the Minister of Public Works, which we must make, is that when we invariably visit these sites, the takeaway is always that it is a situation where there is a lack of proper cooperation. It is finger pointing. There is always the one department saying, but we're still waiting on the other department to do this and this and this before we can proceed with what we need to do. And ultimately, this specific portfolio committee, even through some follow-up visits to places, have been placed in a situation where we much like, if you can believe Minister Gwedi Mantashe, the new Minister of Electricity, we become sort of project managers in the sense that we need to sit there in what is supposed to be an oversight visit and unblock the blockages. So whether it's the lack of proper work ethic, whether it is the way in which labor is apportioned within public works and respect, on the other hand, in correctional services, I don't know, but the long and the short is it can't work in that way. And other colleagues who made the point that maybe this is the tip of the iceberg, because why would it be that wherever we arrive, there's these issues? Why would it be different where we're not going? I think that point is well made by others. And then, Chair, it has the knock-on effect of ultimately, and others has also referred to that, both undermining the effectiveness of the state, but also bringing into question the way we spend public funds. And in this sense, I think it's important to just from our oversight visits highlight two specific ones, because maybe if we talk in general, a picture might be created that we're just complaining for the sake of complaining. But if you go to correctional services, a presentation here today, I firstly need to point out, and I hope it's an honest mistake and not an attempt to sort of protect the inefficiencies, but a number of these visits, which is identified as having taken place January 2023 in this report or presentation, actually took place in January 2022 already. So that would be Barberton, Zonderwater, Boksburg, and I think on the coastal side, I was not part of that one, but it was Malmesbury, Paulsmoor, St. Albans, and so on. So then one has to ask, if I can refer there to page 7 on Zonderwater, why is it then that ultimately on the 15th of May 2023, that's now what, 11 days before this meeting, there's now an allocation of funds when these two departments again come together. It can't be that it's only because there must be an appearance in front of Parliament that there's finally action. I mean, if you talk Boksburg, the one thing these presentations all invariably also tends to invite us to do is to, when the department come and say there's now 90% completion, it's biometrics that's outstanding, we must now, I don't know whether it's a sigh of relief or we must applaud, but if one circles back, this medium A and juvenile center was closed down in 2015 when this specific project was advertised. The contractor came on site in 2017. And when we were there in January 2022, a year and a half ago, we were told this is 80% completion. It would take a month or two before it will be brought back into operation. And that is ultimately the way all of these build projects of correctional services go. And I think colleagues are correct in saying to the Minister of Public Works that this is, unless this culture is going to be addressed, this is never going to work better. That's the one thing. The second thing, and maybe correctional services, or maybe let me pause at that point because much has been said, Chair. The one thing we must ask again of correctional services, what has happened to the plan they've put on the table at some stage, and it's before the time of the now National Commissioner, that they would also start employing quantity surveyors and people who are really project managers to co-project manage, and also to ultimately A, ensure that there's no overpayment, and B, to proactively, if there's no progress, be able to alert both their political principals and try and engage with the service provider department. What has happened to that plan? Because at the time, the Portfolio Committee was of the view, and I think we're still of the view, that that type of parallel monitoring by the Department of Correctional Services must be part of the solution given the specific issues of public works. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nevotrochen.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone present. Thank you very much to the Minister and the Deputy Ministers for being here. I really want to thank the Minister of Public Works making the effort and time to be present before the committee today. Really, this meeting is long overdue. Chairperson, many of my colleagues have covered many things, but just a couple of things that's missing that I would like to know more of. The Department of Correctional Services, in their last columns, they mention how long Public Works have been doing, or if they have completed and what the plan is, etc. Now, I want to see the document. You say the document isn't there, but I'd like to see the document as you mentioned. Then I'd like to ask where it says completed February 2023 or completing in May, end of May 2023, or completed in the financial year 22-23. What are those results? Has it really been completed, or is it just put in the presentation? Where's like the kind of evidence to show that it has been done and really completed or not? So I would like to see that. Then one place, well, firstly, let me say, correctional services officials, their staff, I really applaud their work because they showed us during oversight, they show pride in their work, which is nice, but the environment and the working condition is not so nice. And they have to come every day to work in that kind of environments. Some of them don't want to be there. And one area, I forgot the name, they took us on a very long bus drive and it looked like a dumping site. whoever is responsible, whether it's correctional services or public works, keeping the area clean as well, because the dumping site affects the health of everyone, whether it be inmates or staff. So I'd like to see the departments, both departments, assist in keeping the area clean as well, because it's not even nice looking at a place that looks like a dumping site. Who would want to be there? Then one of the prisons or correctional centers, they were talking about the cooking pots, needing new cooking pots. And then when we looked, there's also a cable from those pots, and the cables look rusted. It looked rusted. I know when you cook food or anything to do with food through rusted pipes, it's not healthy. But not only installing the pots, also look at the pipes when you do that. And then I just want to check my notes here. The project management. You're saying that everything will be done, will be done, will be done. I'm hoping to see all of this in writing, because, Chairperson, I'm worried that this is the 6th term. We have less than a year left. And I do not want the staff sitting here, say, oh, we have no stress because this committee has less than 1 year left. So maybe we don't even need to come again to report what has been happening, because there's less than 1 year left. So I'm hoping that this would not be the case, and that the things will be done and the commitments will be made, and it will happen for the sake of the staff, but also for the sake of the inmates who are staying in these facilities. Thank you, Chair. Many of the other points have been covered by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramulube.
Chair, thank you so much. Good morning to ministers and colleagues present. Chair, let's acknowledge the presentation made by the Department of Correctional Service, including the response from Public Works. And I share the same sentiments from my colleagues or honorable members, that it's unfortunate that the minister comes in and will have to account on the work that was done by the predecessor. But we appreciate that he would have availed himself for this meeting. Chair, my colleagues have touched on the number of issues or matters that relates to the work that both departments needs to do. And bearing in mind the nature of correctional services. And I worry, Chair, if the Department of Public Works does not take correctional service serious, or their issues with immediate, because of their dealing with inmates, and some are really dangerous inmates. For instance, Chair, I'm not sure whether in the oversight that I've been to, close to 2 to 3 centers have been raising issues of heat pumps that provide hot water for inmates, and nothing has been done about it. A report you'll get from Public Works would be we're soliciting contractors or service providers, or service providers are underquoting, or they're overpricing, and so forth and so on. And in that instance, nothing has to be done. We can't afford as a country to have a revolt of any center or any correctional center, bearing in mind that we are already facing issues of, I will not say capacity, but we do not have enough workforce to make sure that to mitigate if that erupt of inmates happens, we'll be able to put them in control. We are having centers that are overcrowded with less officials managing them. So you can't afford to have a revolt of inmates. And that's what makes me to worry. If Public Works really takes correctional service serious, it's a different department altogether. So they should not cluster them with any other government department, because those ones are caring for the lives of inmates that are in with murder others is the rape and so forth and so on. So we cannot treat this department as just one of those departments. In two, Chair, in also reiterating that we cannot afford to have revolts of inmates in correctional centers, in any center whatsoever, because we only have one center, we only have 3 centers that we have been to, which the 2 would be the Triple Ps, and one in, I think it's in Kimberley or it's Colesbeck, that you have, that is not overcrowded, that it's within the ratio of the center. So throughout the country, most of them are overcrowded and you cannot have a revolt on them. Chair, inciting that, in Thohoyandou, and I will speak mostly on Limpopo because of those are areas that I would have done an official oversight with the committee and the second follow-up oversight that I would have done alone with the committee secretary or assistants. In Thohoyandou, Chair, it was mentioned when we went on an official oversight with the committee that both medium A and B kitchens were not fully functional. They are functional, but they're not within the scope of functionality. Therefore, there was an issue of public works coming in with a project. But when I made a follow-up visit, which was this year, the matter still was nothing has been done with it. But you get public works that tells you that we are done with the design phase. We are now entering another process that will lead us to advertise and appoint. But I can tell you now, even now, when I check with colleagues, nothing has happened. So I would want to get a detailed plan on how does the public works going to mitigate such projects that are already in presence that would deal directly with the livelihoods of inmates. And within this of Thohoyandou, 2 would be also to check with the Correctional Center, DCS. There was a mention when we're there, Bota will assist on the matter of Development Bank, that they would solicit Development Bank to assist, DBSA to assist in that process. Have they managed to bring in DBSA in this project? And if they have, how far are we with regards to this project, especially on Thohoyandou on both kitchens? Chair, my colleagues would have mentioned as well the incompetent service providers that gets to be appointed by Public Works. And then later, if they are pursuing with projects, you would get to be told that no, a project was cancelled or the service provider was unable to finish the project. Why? The service provider is not competent to make sure that the project gets to be done or implemented, or is not qualified for the scope of work that was given, or we do not have parts. The service provider needs to solicit parts from Gauteng if it's an issue of Kimberley or it's an issue of Colesbeck. Therefore, that led to a termination and so forth and so on with projects that are not done. So I would want to get clarity from Public Works, Minister, that how do we remedy this issue? Or how do we plan to deal with it in future plans, in future projects that would ensue, especially with the ones that we currently have? Because I am sure that your team would have given you projects that have been cancelled in correctional centers due to incompetence of service providers. Chair, the 4th one will be official accommodation for officials. I just forgot the other center which raised this matter, but I know Zanin is one of those that it's a newly established prison that does not have an official accommodation for officials. And this faces a threat. In this instance, if there would be a riot or there would be an escape or any matter that would happen in the center, especially at night, officials will not be able to come in and mitigate that issue because they would have to move from their official residence, which is their place of home, which is not an official residence of the correctional center. So you have Zanini that does not have, and some of officials live as far as Polokwane, others live as far as Giyani and so forth. So this poses a threat, a serious security threat to centers and to the country on its own. We can't have inmates escaping, bearing in mind, and one thing we must be aware of is that these inmates are very, very, very intelligent, and they would have some of the people that are giving them info that at night we have officials that do not sleep around the prison, and anything can happen, and we cannot have other escapes coming in on a basis that we're unable to meet our targets in making sure that official residents become key priority for the centers. Chair, the fifth matter was on issues of purchase through. There were banned cells that were made aware of, or we equally also saw them upon the oversight, and those were in Unit B. And these centers were banned in 2020 during the protest, I think around August and so forth. When we made that visit, nothing was done. No repair or renovation of those units. When we seek clarity from Public Works, we were told they are still seeking service providers to come to part, and now it's 3 years later. 2020, we're in 2023. It can't be correct, especially noting that we have overcrowding of offenders in correctional centers, and we have a unit that needs to be renovated or fixed so that we are able to put in inmates and not crowd them in other cells. But we're unable to because Public Works, it's not coming to forth in making sure that it assists the process. And we need to take the load on some of this infrastructural burdens away from correctional service so that it's able to do what it requires to do in making sure that inmates are detained correctly and systems are run in those centers. Chair, Colesberg, my colleagues would have made mention on the Colesberg, and the issue would stress much on Colesberg is because of we did the last oversight, I think it was now in April. So it's a matter that is still fresh. The perimeter fence, Honorable Yaku is correct to say yes, pharmacy, it is essential, it is important in instance of if we have inmates that require medication or inmates that have chronic illnesses or any diseases for that matter, pharmacy plays that critical role. But you cannot prioritize a pharmacy over a perimeter fence. I wish, Chair, you were part of that visit. You would have seen the devastation we've seen there. In actual fact, if we would hear any escapes from Colesberg, we must not be shocked as this committee and both departments. We must be able to ready ourselves to the country to go and account and also apologize because of the situation in Colesberg. It can erupt in any day. And it's something that the department, either Public Works or Correctional Service, needs to take this as a matter of agency. Chair, on the second last matter would be the water ratification in both Rooigrond and Thohoyandou, including the shortages of water. We cannot have a situation of centers do not have clean or any running water for that matter. Why are we not outsourcing septic tanks? In the meantime, we're still trying to mitigate the issue of water or bringing in the Department of Water to assist. But why can't we get temporary septic tanks that would afford us to have centers with running water, Chair? And water is not necessarily used. Inmates need to drink. Then there needs to be cooking that is done with water, and that can't happen because of centers do not have water. And we cannot have a situation of inmates or offenders not having their meals prepared. That will cause a serious riot in centers. And again, Chair, we cannot afford to have that situation. Chair, my last matter would be an emphasis on what Honorable Horn would have made an indication on or a point on, that there is a serious norm by departments if they know that we are coming for an oversight. Certain things that were not done, they get to do them quickly, they get to do them so that when we get there, you would say there is nothing wrong. But when you trace back, when were those infrastructural issues made? it dates 2 to 3 years back. And this, I'm saying it in this sense, the first official visit we did in Thohoyandou, it was dirty. There was a long grass and all that. My official second visit to the center, a day before I arrived, Public Works made sure that appoints a contractor. On my arrival, the contractor was busy cutting grass. It can't be correct, Chair. It can be. If we're sitting with budgets that are supposed to be dealing with day-to-day maintenance of centers or any departments, they should be given that responsibility and they should be done. I would want to echo the same sentiments of Honorable Jele, that those who are responsible or accounting officers that are responsible for the scope of work that requires to be carried and are not doing as they're supposed to, needs to be taken into account. And I hope, Minister, with you coming on board, basing your track record in KZN, you will follow up on this and make sure that those requires to account, they do account. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think there were questions that were asked to the Department of Correctional Services before Public Works response. If you can get responses from Public Works.
Chair, sorry, just the issue was raised about the minister's non-attendance. I thought that his apologies had been given to the committee.
Yes, it was.
That it was, well, it's just that people went on as though it was unjustified. The ministers at the 32nd session of the Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, he was requested by the Minister of International Relations to head the South African delegation to that commission. It's in Vienna, UNODC, which was, I think, done before this meeting was scheduled. The Commissioner of Correctional Services, the DG of Justice, were at that event. They have returned for this meeting. The minister, obviously heading the delegation, the South African delegation, needed to stay till the end, which is today. So I just wanted that to be clarified. I think with respect, there've been a number of comments from opposition members of the committee, and that it's not fair seeing the apologies were noted, unless they expected the minister not to attend that event.
Separate issue.
Yes, but I think it would be also important that to note that we did deal with this issue last time. Let's not make it the main issue. Honorable Swart.
Chair, I noticed that there are a lot of officials, the Commissioner, the Deputy President, Deputy Ministers, ministers that are here. I just wanted clarity on the decision to allow virtual appearances. Because if it was so, we hear the Commissioner has flown back from Vienna. We hear at great cost to be here. The Commissioner then could have joined the meeting on the virtual platform. So I just wanted clarity about the decision to allow members to attend on the virtual platform, given the fact of the costs of all the officials that are here. And maybe we can address that at a later issue. We don't necessarily have to address it now.
Can you deal with that matter
yes,
when we have dealt with the other issues? Because our meeting is going to continue even after this meeting. Correctional Services.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members for the questions that were raised and also the inputs that we made. Firstly, I just need to emphasize and agree with the input that we cannot have our correctional services being dirty, the surroundings not being looked after. That's the work that we ensure that we check on a weekly basis. So actually for us, that we do ourselves, facilities that do not have the equipment, we actually make it a point that we buy. We utilize offenders to do the cleaning. So if there is a correctional facility that is not clean, the head of center and the management there is held accountable for that. The other issue that was raised, Honorable Chairperson, repeatedly is the issue of Colesberg, and it's not because the committee is raising it today, but I'm actually going to Colesberg tomorrow from here, I'm going to Bloemfontein, then I'll drive to Colesberg. It's a small center, yes. The issue of the fence, we can actually do ourselves as the Department of Correctional Services. But there is a tension between the allocation of funds. If we go back to the presentation, we are saying that we have allocated for ourselves 90 million to do own projects. The bulk of the maintenance budget that the department is supposed to have is actually with the Department of Public Works. We use what we call a user charge model, basically meaning that we submit our needs to Public Works. Public Works is the one that should then maintain. They charge the department. At the end of the financial year, we pay back. So we have less than 700 million that we apply to the projects that we can do, and those that we give to implementing agents, including Public Works. Most of the budget is then with Public Works. So that is the tension. So if we utilize the budget that we have access to resolve these problems, it means on the other side, Public Works continues to have that that allocation that they are not utilizing. So, for instance, the two ports that we have set to buy ourselves were supposed to have been bought by Public Works, but because of the delays, we then take a decision to do it ourselves. That money we can claim back, and of course, Public Works will then indicate that they are running at a loss because the government departments don't pay back the user charges. But one of the things that one did when I got to take over as the acting national commissioner was to say to the department, let's make it a point that we pay our areas to Public Works so that they can be able to respond to us. It's a very big issue. Public Works will talk to it because they are actually running an overdraft into billions because other government departments do not pay. But that tension is caused by the fact that we also sit with these inefficiencies in the system. So if it's a user charge model, if the user is not happy, the user will not pay. But then the implementing agent is unable to implement because the user is not paying. So it's a matter that needs to be resolved at a high level in government, but we continue to have problems because of that. With regards to the skills, we have started a process of appointing artisans. Dr. Botha actually referred to that in the presentation, and we also utilize the capacity of our internal engineers to scrutinize the invoices that we receive from the implementing agents. So those are the three issues that I wanted to respond to. Honorable Chairperson, I will request through you, Honorable Chairperson, that Dr. Botha then deal with the project specific issues that were raised by honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Public Works.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And, thank you, National Commissioner. Chair, I'll try to respond to all the questions raised by the honorable committee members. I think let's start with the question from Honorable Horn regarding, I think I must apologize. There were some typos in terms of the 2022-2023 in my presentation. It was not deliberate. I think I must claim for that because I had to do quality control before we submitted that. So we'll just rectify that on the report. So I just want to apologize for that. Then also in terms of the question regarding the certification of payments, as the Commission also indicated, but we also appointed engineers and quantity surveyors at the head office and also at the regional level. So for example, at the head office, we have 2 registered professional quantity surveyors. But when it comes to the certification of payments, I think we need to acknowledge the fact when it comes to other implementing agents, for example, the IDT and the Development Bank of South Africa, we have direct input on those invoices. So they will submit the invoices to us and we will go through a process with our engineers, project managers to certify those payments. But when it comes to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we use what they call the PACE report method. So basically, Public Works will give us a summary in a spreadsheet format of all the projects and the value they claim per project, and then with a cover letter with the total amount. So we don't have insight on Public Works individual projects all the way down to project management level and invoice level. So I think that is one of the issues we need to address going forward. But at this stage, the actual invoices from the contractors don't get submitted to our department for scrutiny and certification. We just do the payment based on the PACE report and the spreadsheet that's provided to us. Then Honourable MP Ms. Jaco, regarding Colesberg, yes, in terms of the fence, although I did make mention to the fence, I must apologize, I didn't include it into my report. So once again, it's oversight from my side. My officers did give me the progress. As the Commission indicated, it's a project we're going to do in-house, so it's allocated in our allocation letter to our regional head facilities, Free State, that's going to implement that contract, that project. So it will be in-house project from our side. Yes, the issue of the pharmacy, I think we need to look at our priorities. There is conflicting or competing priorities in the department. And how do you prioritize a fence over a pharmacy? Perhaps it's something we need to look, but in terms of the pharmacy, it was actually a low-hanging fruit. It was very easy for us to just renovate the existing facility. We didn't have to do actual detailed sketch plan approvals from the municipality, as in the case of a fence. So I think that was the rationale and the reason for starting with the construction of the pharmacy. But yes, the fence is a priority. I know Honourable Jaco mentioned that in the meetings as well. But that allocation is in our document that was allocated to the regional head facilities, who's also a civil engineer. So they started already with that process, but we're going to implement it this year. They're already busy with the bills of quantities and the specifications. But once again, we do it in conjunction with the Department of Public Works with their specifications. Honourable Chair, in terms of completion certificates, as mentioned in my report, we can furnish the department with the completion certificates. That is not a problem. It actually is one of the supporting documentation in our annual performance plan. So if we indicate a project has been finalized, that is one of the source documentation that we need to submit to strategic management. So we can supply those completion certificates. In terms of Rooigrond, there was mention, yes, we had a tour there with the bus and we went to the farm. And I think we already raised it with the management area that they should do proper day-to-day maintenance, first-line maintenance. And I think there's already a process to clean up that portion that the honourable member referred to. It was really a concern, as we already indicated, we also constructed the pharmacy there, but in terms of the day-to-day maintenance, we're going to use inmate labor just to clean up that farm portion there. Then Honourable Chair, Advocate Buitenbach, Honourable MP, in terms of security fence at St. Albans, I think it's worth noting is that we only constructed the fence at the maximum section. Once again, it's a security institution, so we need to prioritize what is the priorities. And at that stage, it was the risk of, because of the classification of the correctional center as a maximum, we felt at that stage that we need to at least construct the fence at the maximum portion with the guardhouses and also the tower posts. So I just want to give that clarity. We didn't fence off the entire correctional center. It was only that portion around the maximum correctional center. Honourable Chair, in terms of heat pumps, yes, one of the honourable MPs mentioned the heat pumps. I think as in general, it's a challenge at correctional centers. I'm not sure because it's new technology or fairly new technology. But if you look at, for example, at Zwelepele, that tender was advertised twice but Public Works indicated that they have already written to the National Treasury to do a re-advertisement again. But yes, I think in terms of that those projects are still with the Department of Public Works, and as the Commissioner indicated, although there's an urge that we need to adopt most of these projects or some of these projects, we also have limited resources in terms of the allocation. So at this stage, you will see in this financial year what we actually did. We took money away from Public Works and give it to other implementing agents or DCS in-house. And that also brings me to the question that we engage Development Bank of Southern Africa. As indicated in my previous presentation, we've allocated 94 million this financial year. And I'm just looking at the allocation letter that was approved by the Commissioner. We can also share that to the committee. We've allocated various projects ranging from, for example, at Morimole, replacement of kitchen equipment, Rooi Grond. We've also allocated 5 million for kitchen equipment there. Grootvlei, upgrade of the electricity supply. But it's a whole list, Honourable Chair, but we can make that list available. Then also in terms of Zanin, yes, that project for the construction of staff accommodation, it formed part of the second phase. I think that correctional center was commissioned in 2019 or 2018 financial year, but there's a need for staff accommodation. We acknowledge that. So there's already processes in place. Public Works, I will just follow up with them in terms of the site clearances and the approvals from the municipalities. But we've made funding available. There was a funds for confirmation that was given to them. Also in terms of the allocation meeting, sorry, Honourable Mr. Horn, just to come back. Yes, we had on the 15th of May, we had allocation meeting of Public Works. It is not only with regard to these projects, it is in terms of the allocation for this financial year. So we went through all the projects of Public Works, line by all the regions. So that meeting did take place on the 15th, and the revised allocations with the recommendations was already sent to us from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So we will go through the process now to quantify and justify their request for allocations. And then obviously it will go to the National Commissioner for endorsement. Honourable Chair, yes, water is becoming a big problem at some of our correctional centres, not only in the rural areas, but also in the Eastern Cape, for example. And just to highlight some of the interventions we've taken, for example, the department last financial year, we did procure water tankers. I'm not sure about the amount, I think it's about 3 of them, but I'm on the correction. But we did procure water tankers that we deliver water as and when needed. And we also trained some of our officials to operate those water tankers. Then in terms of Groenpunt, the water crisis there, the challenge there is there's a water treatment plant. So water has been pumped out of the Fall River. It goes through water treatment plant. But there was a maintenance contract implemented by Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which they did not renew, and then the contractor went off site. But even on that one, last financial year, we've implemented emergency maintenance contract for a period. We've appointed a service provider to run and operate the water treatment plant there. But I think going forward, we need to look at the possibility that we even take that responsibility to the Department of Correctional Services. But yes, water is not only insufficient water, but it's also in areas, for example, at Gabega, where from time to time you don't get water. It's actually dry. But thank you, Chair. I just want to pause at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to Public Works, can we take a 5 minutes body break? No, can you take 5 minutes body break? We can come to, just need to go to the pantry. start? Can we start? We now hand over to Public Works, but I must just say that the day is still going to be very long, and we must be mindful of that. That justice is still going to present. So when we ask questions and we expect responses, we must be mindful that the day might be long, but it all depends on us.
Just on that point, because my worry is that I think some members are going to leave at lunchtime because they weren't expecting. So maybe if we can shorten the justice one, but then if Public Works can give a brief response, if that's okay.
Deputy Minister, you are under no other brief here, so don't speak for anyone.
I'm free the whole day, but it's your members. I don't want to be engaging with Honorable Breitbach on her own.
So
I won't hurt you.
How long we stay here, it depends on the length of our inputs. Myself and Honorable Breitenbach, honorable members, we are here until 8 o'clock. Tomorrow morning. So when we make input, we must be mindful of that. Over to you, Public Works. I'm not sure whether Minister, you will start first or will come at the end.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm going to come at the end and the team would start responding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Minister and Deputy Ministers and my colleagues. I will try and respond to as many questions as possible, shortened version, taking into consideration the time. From Honorable Engelbrecht, I think I just need the details of the prison that is not having water for up to 3 days, so that we can, or it is the facility, so that I can follow up with my colleagues and see how we can resolve that for them. It should not have taken so long. From Honorable Breitenbach, I think the main point there was the issue of proactive infrastructure maintenance. We agree with you. Facilities such as prisons, or at least DCS facilities, should not be maintained on a reactive basis or using smaller contractors, because the infrastructure is such that it's more intense. I have had a discussion with the Commissioner of DCS, and he indicated that the TFM project actually was what they had instructed the DBSA to run with the TFM project. What we have then agreed is that going forward, we will try and make that agreement a tripartite alliance so that we can assist with the fast tracking of the project, because I think it's been a year since the project was handed over to DBSA and it has not seen the light. The thing about DBSA, and I think the theme will reverberate. I think it was Honorable Swartz who raised the issue also of the implementing agents. We do agree that the projects can be a lot, and we do need to implement using implementing agents that are available. As Public Works, we also use DBSA, we use IDT. IDT is actually our entity. And we also have another implementing agent, I think it's called Kucha, where we also allocate projects. What we've found is that the various implementing agents have got their own strengths and weaknesses there and there. For instance, DBSA's biggest strength is their speed of procurement. If you give them a project today, they'll probably have a contractor within a month or two, but they do experience some delays in some areas. But the implementation of the projects, the things that they encounter, the challenges that they encounter, they're the same challenges that we as Public Works do encounter. A non-performing contractor sometimes is no fault of the implementer, but rather maybe the management by the contractor. But there are instances where you find that it is us as Public Works who have delayed to make the payment, therefore the contractor is no longer able to carry the project through. Also, Honorable Swart asked about the allowance that has been given to clients. It used to be 100,000 Rand per case for clients to be able to do their own maintenance. We have received many requests from clients to increase that, and we have given up to 1 million Rand per incident for them to be able to do their own maintenance. There are clients that are happy to implement that, but we do have clients that are saying we're not ready, we don't have the capacity to do so. But with DCS, clearly they have shown that they are able to implement their own projects, and the more we are able to implement more projects together, then we should achieve more. From Honorable, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name correctly. Honorable, is it Maseko Jana? Maseko Jele. Sorry about that. I think you had mentioned the big thing that I picked up from your conversation was the money that we lose from contractors that are not performing. It is indeed true. So when we implement projects and the contractor doesn't perform and we have to cancel, from the time we cancel the contract and the time we have a new contractor on site, can take anything up to 2 years. And that in its own will lead to deterioration of the work that was already done by the previous contractor and up to where they failed. And then the prices would have then gone up by the time we appoint a new contractor. And for us to sit down with our clients and agree that because of the time delay, there has been an increase in the price, that also takes a while to convince our colleagues from client departments that we have now increased. So what we're trying to do now, with the guidance of the ministers, that we're now setting up a panel of contractors that are going to be readily available as and when certain contractors fail, so that we don't have that delay in trying to appoint a new contractor. Like the minister indicated earlier, the implementation of the PMUs, having a PMU that is dedicated to a specific client, depending on their size of projects or the size of the portfolio, or a cluster if those specific clients have got a smaller portfolio size, we can then group them together. But the PMU should be able to help. The issue of consultants, appointing them on turnkey. The previous practice, or at least the current practice that we're trying to change, is that when we appoint consultants, we will appoint 5 different consultants for one project. And they are doing different things, and then they will be fighting with each other. This one did not pay at the expense of the project. So what we're trying to do now is to make sure that when we appoint a consultant, we appoint a consortium or in a turnkey type of setup where everything is held under one umbrella, and we don't have to suffer the consequences of one service provider fighting with the other. Also, you requested to know if we have a list of poor performing contractors. We do have a process that we work with the National Treasury, where contractors that are not performing are reported. That is a back and forth project. Even the contractors are given an opportunity to actually put their case, because in some cases we might end up blaming the contractor where there were other issues that were not necessarily their fault, but we do have such and can be made available to the members. Seeing Honorable Ramolobeng from the Zoom platform. I think there were specific questions about the number of projects. If the chairperson allows, I can allow my colleague, Mr. Batu Mokotu, to give just the detail of those projects that she was specifically referring to. And after that, we should be done. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG. There were questions raised on the delays in projects, and we have a total of 137 tender-ready projects that we are prioritizing and pushing through this particular financial year and forming part of our APP. And within those projects, we have the Toyando prison, and there was the Zonderwater wastewater treatment works, where for the Toyando prison, our date for advertising is on the 30th of June, 2023. And for the Zonderwater wastewater treatment works is the end of July of 2023 accordingly. Thank you. Acting DG, we can also make the list available.
Minister?
No, thanks. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members, the Deputy Ministers. I think issues raised are serious and they need to be handled with a great sense of seriousness and urgency. So in trying to respond, maybe let me plead with Honorable Ingebrecht. I think if we deal with issues, we must remove attitude, because attitude defeats the purpose. We end up debating attitude and issues of perceptions. So to suggest that we are ill-informed or naive is uncalled for and might detract us from actual issues. Just raise an issue as it is, and if we are not dealing with that issue in an honest way, you can then criticize us. But if you treat us or engage us with an attitude, that will be a problem, because that will also detract us from issues that are at hand. And I think Honorable Breitenberg did well to indicate that some of these issues are historical, and therefore a suggestion that we are not well informed might not be correct. Now, having said that, I will take an approach that does not respond to each and every member, but I must firstly assure you that all 8 members who have spoken, I've recorded down what they've said, and I value it. I think the first point is around accountability and consequence management. And that point is what makes the department to be in this current state of affairs, and we're not denying that. So we would want to pledge our commitment that consequence management will be a principle, will be applied in a principled manner without being selective. If you are not performing and if you are not doing your work, we must apply consequence management. The department cannot be always criticized of one and the same things. And therefore, we have put in place mechanisms to address what is historically poor performance, and we would want to see things changing. The second thing, what about those facilities that were not visited? I think it's a critical issue. And that's why the meeting we will have with the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services will look on all issues and what are the standards that needs to be met per facility. It should not be that we attend to the issue because a public representative has visited a facility. All facilities under correctional services and in all other departments should be well maintained. I want to emphasize the issue of daily maintenance. We have, as we will present in the next report, we have, the department have increased the maintenance limit. I think it was between 100,000 and 500,000. It has been agreed that the client department can go to 1 million. I think that is a start. But I think with the client departments, especially correctional services and defense, because those have people within who are specialists, who can also do other things. So our agreement with them must go beyond that in terms of the scope of work that needs to be done. Cancellation of contract, I think it's one area that we will give priority. We'll give priority to that. It is important that also we look on the money that have been lost in that regard and how to recoup it. And that's why we are saying the question of ensuring that we vet those contractors who are awarded is going to be important. Their capacity, as I said earlier, but also the question of whether they have enough resources to do work. Because it's something else to say, no, we've vetted, we think you can do, but you don't have history of delivering. I think we need to tighten with Treasury, as the acting DG have said, on the question of blacklisting those who are poor performing. So for now, I would like to rest on that at that level, but please that we are committed, we're going to turn around the situation. We might have inherited a department with a history of poor performance, but we are going to turn around that and we will ensure that all client departments are service proper and we provide quality work. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Minister. I think the most important issue that would make me particularly happy that we have said is that departments like correctional services and defense that have got specific skills, you are looking at innovative means of delegating more. I think that would really assist us to attend to issues. Because one of the issues in terms of culture that needs to be really looked at, sometimes there's a tendency of saying that if we have advertised a contract or a tender, work is done. Sometimes without looking at the impact, once that contract has been concluded, we have, for instance, in our report to Parliament during the budget vote of correctional services, discovered that, and we did report that there is a correctional facility where work was done, a contractor was appointed, the roof is still leaking, which is a real pity. So we will be focusing, in fact, on the turnaround that we have indicated that you are going to be implementing. Can we now have a presentation from Justice? Justice, we will combine it with the Office of the Chief Justice because they're both dealing with courts. I know that the Secretary General has just gone out, is coming back. Once the Department of Justice has presented, she will indicate areas where she wants to add, but I think the main presentation will be done by the Department of Justice. DG, over to you. The man from front. Oh, Deputy Minister, are you going to start? Or?
Yeah, look, I just, again, the issue of much longer have we got? There's quite a full, comprehensive presentation from the Department of Justice. It was updated then again this morning, and I think the colored ones, the ones in color, Mr. Swat's side are the update that was taking into account when the department had seen the agenda. But I'd want to suggest that the officials go through the narrative largely. There is then the slides, unfortunately, I don't think are numbered, but for each of the visits that the portfolio committee had done, because there's 40 something slides in all, 48, I think. But for each of the visits, there's a report on progress on where things are. Some of them have been resolved, completed, others haven't. And then that they just deal with the issues of security and the issues of security and the longer term issues. I note though that the public works presentation doesn't address only the specific places you went to, but it addresses broader issues. So just bear that in mind as well. But if I can then hand to the DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Minister of Public Works, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Indeed, I think some of the issues that have already been traversed by Correctional Services and the DPWI responding, I think will be common as well. So what we'll do in the main, I think we'll focus on the budgetary implication of programs not being implemented, which over the past 5 years has affected the budget, and the budget has been reduced significantly, and just deal at the high level, the strategic challenges, and reflect on the areas that have been visited with the progress as the DM was mentioning, and ultimately just the proposed conclusion and solution on some of the areas. I'll ask the DDG for Corporate Services, Ms. Connie Mamecha, to take us through the presentation. As mentioned, it's a bulky presentation with the information that seek to address the specific areas, but we'll cover the high level areas. And indeed, there was cooperation with Public Works in terms of the compilation of the presentation with information that gives an update. With your permission, Chair, I'll ask the DDG to take us through.
DDG?
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members and members of the ministers of, the Minister of DPWI and Deputy Ministers of DOJ, CD, and the DCS, the National Commissioner, the DG of Justice, and the SG of the OCJ, as well as the acting DG of DPWI. Chair, I'm going to try and keep it very, very short. If we can just go to the second slide without necessarily going through the table of content. The second slide is just to indicate the purpose of this presentation. And we just want to also mention that together with the Department of Public Works, we are using different mechanisms to address the infrastructure challenges of the courts. And through the provincial offices of both departments, there are monthly client liaison forum meetings where progress on the implementation of the projects is tracked and monitored. So there is a close collaboration between ourselves and the Department of Public Works. Chair, I'm not going to indicate the courts that you have visited because they've already been included in the presentation, but just to mention that on the 25th and to the 28th of January of 2022 and the 19th to the 23rd of April 2022, the committee visited those courts that have been mentioned on the screen. So Chair, as it has been already been mentioned in terms of the day-to-day maintenance, our threshold has been increased to 1 mil. So in terms of the day-to-day maintenance, we are doing well in implementing the 1 mil. Anything above 1 mil is still the responsibility of the DPWI. But then there are certain items that have not yet been devolved to us, which is the electricity, the lifts, and the central HVAC. And the program is implemented fairly well, except in provinces where there are no term contracts, because sometimes funds get depleted in other provinces in the middle of the financial year, and that leads to further deterioration of the facilities. But then, as the acting DG of DPWI has already mentioned, that the turnaround time in appointment of the contractors take longer, unlike where the term contracts exist, and they are already having a plan in terms of appointing a panel of contractors, and that will actually assist in speeding up the process of appointment of contractors where the contractor has been terminated. Because if the contractor has not been appointed on time, it leads to deterioration of the facilities, and this leads to also the issuing of contravention notices by the Department of Labor. We have noticed, for instance, Musina and in Rustenburg, where we were given with the contravention notices. So in terms of the upgrading and the additions of the courts, there are 67 projects registered with DPWI over the MTF period. And in the past years, we were able to complete around 7 projects. The next slide. In terms of the refurbishment and repairs on plane maintenance, there are projects on the maintenance plan that are identified for major renovations. Currently, we've got 15 projects under construction, and in the past 3 years, 21 projects were completed. But the challenges on these programs are similar to the ones that we have on the additions and the upgrading portfolio, where contracts get terminated, and it normally just takes about 12 months for a replacement of with a new contractor. Now, the new infrastructure projects are still the responsibility of the DPWI to increase the footprint of the justice service points. The next slide. The function of cleaning and gardening services is still within the DPWI. So the challenge of inadequate cleaning services were raised at some service points that were visited by the portfolio committee. And the program is implemented by DPWI until such time that the devolution of the function is complete. There is conversations that we are having with the DPWI to devolve such a function to us. The sourcing of office accommodation in terms of private leases, all office accommodation needs are procured by the DPWI, and the procurement process is long and it creates unbearable conditions, like for instance, the Toyando State Attorney offices where the committee visited. Chair, the next slide talks to the budget allocation, which the DG has already indicated that it has been reduced significantly in the last few years due to inability to spend. And obviously the impact on the delays in the appointment of the contractors will then also lead to the inability to spend in that financial year. So the CAPEX budget was 1 bill between 2015 and 2018. However, in the following years, as per the table below there, the National Treasury reduced our allocation under the same item to 550 mil. And this is as a result of a high level of underspending on our side. Now, the summary of challenges, I'm not going to say much about the summary of these challenges because the acting DG has already highlighted on those. But then there are certain highlights. If you can go to the next slide, there are a few highlights and successes that we have seen during the MTSF period to date, that is starting from 2019 to date. 4 new courts were completed, 2 local seats completed, 6 courts received major renovations, and 69 courts received minor capital works improvement, and 85 office accommodation leases were renewed. So, Chair, there are also interventions that we have as a DOJCD that we would like to assist the Department of Public Works in speeding up the projects, like for instance, an appointment of an alternative implementing agent to assist with the buildings, or the new buildings and the R&R projects. And also, Chair, we are also talking about implementing the ABT, which is the alternative building technologies, to speed up the projects, and also using our 1 mil delegation to do minor capital works renovations on our 70 courts, and as well as appointing handymen at rural areas and peri-urban areas to assist with minor renovations, not even renovations, minor works like plumbing and electrical work. So I'm going to, through your permission, Chair, request the Chief Director, Ms. Pilar Di Kadiaka to just take us through the progress that has been done in addressing the challenges that were identified by the portfolio committee during their oversight visit. Through
Yeah,
your
sorry, do
permission, Chair.
you want that, or do members want to read it? Because it is a number of slides.
Members, the document was circulated. I think you would have read it. Do you want her to go through each slide still? No, you're fine. Okay. No. What will be important is how far are these interventions, whether you are making or not, and what are the key blockages?
But Chair, it does reflect where it's not achieved and why it's not achieved, and then where it has been done for each item. I don't know if Ms. Yeah.
Yes, Chair, we will just indicate issues that they've got blockages, and those that we are already implementing some interventions, and just go through the slides. Ms. Kadiaka, thanks. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all protocol observed. With Mtata, I'm not going to dwell on Mtata. We try to resolve all the issues that were raised at Mtata Magistrate Court. And with regards to Konge as well, we did attend to the issues of water, and we have also installed the generator.
Maybe just go there where there's no progress, where you think that it needs the attention of this meeting.
Okay, the Supreme Court of Appeal, because of its heritage status, that's why we are still having challenges, Chair, and we are working together with Public Works to get approvals through the Heritage Society to make sure that we are able to attend. Once we receive those approvals, Chair will then be able to address the maintenance challenges that have been identified. Pambridge is in order. I'm not going to talk to Pambridge. Together with the Durban High Court, I'll pass that. We did the work that we need. Okay, with regards to Thohoyandou High Court, we are at a stage where we have finalized the specification, that it was intensively consulted between us, the OCJ and Public Works, and as per the timelines there, Chair, we are hoping that the tender will be advertised in June with the hope that we'll have a contractor on site around September, the latest. That's what we are looking at with regards to Thohoyandou High Court. And maybe also to mention that we have managed to secure office accommodation for the state attorney, so they'll be moving out so that we can deal with the issue of the overcrowding that is there. With regards to Limpopo High Court, much as we are busy with day-to-day maintenance and certain term contracts being in place, like the HVAC and lifts and so on, we are working on a total facility management solution. The specifications have been done. We have confirmed funding as a client, and Public Works is in the process of appointing through their database the contractor. I'm sure on their report they'll give details in terms of when we should expect the contractor on site to deal with challenges of the High Court with regards to maintenance. Messina, with regards to Messina, we have through our 1 million delegation that we have received from Public Works, tried to resolve clearing issues, maintenance issues. However, there is a long-term solution of bringing back a contractor on site. You remember that we had few contractors due to poor performance, financial constraints, and so on. They could not conclude the project. We are going out on tender with Public Works around October 2023, with the hope that in the new financial year, we should be able to have, in the new calendar year, we should have a contractor back on site.
Can I just quickly ask, how many contractors have there been?
With Messina, I think this will be the third contractor. I think DDG Mkotu can correct me when he do his present. I think this will be the third attempt of trying to get a contractor to resolve the challenges of Messina.
And Chair, I was just asking that because a number of the longer term ones are problems where contractors are appointed and then don't perform and get either withdraw or get fired. And so Messina's now, it's been 2 that were unsuccessful.
Okay, with regards to Mbombela Magistrate Court, we have an R&R project that we are embarking on. Everything else that was raised, we have done our best in terms of addressing all those maintenance challenges in conjunction with DPWI, and we are then appointing. We are looking at having a plant maintenance a contract in place for Mbombela. And currently we are busy with the assessment. And once the assessment is done, then we'll have a project execution plan with timelines in terms of when we'll be able to go out on tender on that one. With regards to the Mpumalanga High Court, it's similar with Limpopo, is part of those total facility management solutions where we're going to have three-year maintenance contracts in place to be able to maintain the court. The only challenge there is that we have been struggling with the contractor of the access road. There are two access roads there. The primary access road, we have been struggling with the contractor there to a point that we are now terminating him because he can't perform. He doesn't have the finances to see the project through. So we are at the point where now we are looking at an alternative contractor to conclude that project. The local seat is done. I'm not going to talk about it. The Mbombela local seat. With regards to Kimberley, the local division, yes, there is a process there. We are in consultation with OCJ. We've identified land in terms of ensuring that we establish a local seat. With regards to the Ben Court in DR, Public Works have shared with us their project execution plan, and we are hoping that we should be able to advertise that project for it to go out on tender still in this calendar year. With regards to the Uppington, what we are doing here, not only in Uppington chair, but across our courts, is that we are upgrading the existing generators because they were there as a backup, not as a business continuity equipment to assist you. But now we are doing, we are upgrading them from 100 kVA to 500 kVA. So there's a lot of those that we are doing for our courts, given that load shedding is here to stay with us for some time. The NPA accommodation in the Northern Cape, we are working on that one together with Public Works, and it should be something that we should be able to conclude. Yeah. Then with regards to I'm not going to talk about the generators, it's the same on Northern Cape Magistrate Courts where issues of generators were raised. That is, we are doing exactly the same thing of upgrading those generators so that they can be able to have bigger capacity and take us through. I'm not going to talk much about Mabato High Court. There's a lot that we did there. The regional court, the challenge with the regional court is that property is the property of the provincial government. Maybe let me not say provincial public works, because that's where the confusion sometimes comes in. It's the property of the provincial government in Northwest. And now in terms of the rules and regulations, we find it difficult for us to do major refurbishments in that building until such time that there's an agreement between National Public Works and the provincial government in terms of the transfer of asset. So, but we are doing what is possible so that the glaring things that are there are dealt with on a day-to-day basis as far as maintenance. Post Chef's Room, currently we are in a process of ensuring that we vary scope, because the original scope did not include the trusses that made the roof to collapse. We are in that process to make sure that we then vary that scope, and out of that, we should then be able to address the different challenges that are there. The mold and so on, we have asked the contractor that is on site, the waterproofing and all that. The contractor that is currently on site, we have requested him to attend to those. I'm not going to talk about Rustenburg. Rustenburg, we have a contractor on site, and that project is progressing well, and all the challenges that we identified, we are making sure that that contractor that is on site is addressing them. Malmesbury, Bent Court, that one, we have a project execution plan, as you can see there, Chair, that we should be going out on tender around August, and if everything goes well, we are hoping that we should have a contractor on site in November of 2023 to deal with that band court. I'm not going to dwell much on Khayelitsha. There was a challenge of space, and then that we were able to address it through reconfiguration of the existing accommodation that is there. The leases, Master of the High Court, Dula Amar building, we are applying deviation through the National Treasury to get the additional space that has been identified. We are in discussion with NPA so that they can then confirm to us if where they want to build to buy the existing building where they are in Silverton, because that company is currently going through business rescue, so they are selling most of their assets, and that those headquarters are part of what is going in the market, and we are discussing with Public Works to see if whether we can get it at a good price. Then it becomes a state property. I've spoken about the Toyando state attorney. We have resolved that. The master in Mthatha, also there we are done with the specification. We are finding them in alternative accommodation. Where they are now it's a facility that is owned by the church, and we are paying minimal rent, and therefore the church can't afford to maintain it because of the rent that we are paying. So now we are moving out and finding an alternative accommodation. Same applies at the master in the Northern Cape. There we are working with the landlord to see if whether we can be able to get, he can confirm to us that he can give us extra space in the same building. Yeah, and then the last one will then be the NPA as well. With the NPA, we are working with Public Works also to ensure that we find them an additional space that they need. I'm not going to talk much about security. It's safe to say that we have new contracts that are currently running for maintenance and as well as guarding services. And but obviously due to budget constraints, the numbers also had to be reduced in terms of the guarding, the guards that we have in different courts. And this is mainly because of the financial challenges that we have. DM, I'll end it here. Thank you.
Sorry, is somebody not going to cover the areas of improvement and then the response to the agenda items? Those last three, those next 3 pages.
I suggest the DDG just cover them,
Yeah.
those areas. Maybe the response to the items, we can do that when DPW will have spoken to them as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, through you. In terms of the areas of improvement, the supply chain for construction services is long in nature, as we all know, and the different regime for construction procurement needed to be considered. And the acting DG has already indicated, the acting DG of DPWI has already indicated the other alternative mechanisms that they are going to be implementing, which will help us in expediting the projects. Like for instance, what you mentioned in terms of the 10 key appointments of consultants as well and the construction companies. So the stakeholder consultation also needs to be improved between us and the judiciary and the DPW on the planning phase of each and every project in order to have the scope buy-in. So Chair, I think if we can improve on that part of supply chain, I'm thinking that the projects will be expedited. So the next slides that are coming, Chair, I don't.
But sorry, DDG. I mean, I think the other issues of more than half the projects gets cancelled due to poor performance of contractors and their lack of financial resources. This leads to projects taking more than 7 years to be completed. And there's the need to review the construction procurement strategy. And then the problems with rigid supply chain processes, and RFQs get advertised more than 3 times due to the market not being responsive, especially in provinces like Limpopo and the Eastern Cape. I just thought those were important to highlight.
Yes.
Notes for the agenda, one can address when Public Works have responded. So I think then, Chair, that's the Justice input.
Office of the Chief Justice.
In the absence of the Secretary General, maybe allow me just to add that all the important issues were all the important issues were already mentioned in the comprehensive overview. Safe to say that closer stakeholder cooperation is crucial for us to prevent the operations of the superior courts to be gravely affected through emerging risks, as we've seen with load shedding, which also created water shortages. So generators crucial for our superior courts, in addition to water tanks. That can only be achieved if we work closely with DOJ and our partners and DPWI, as infrastructure related problems are still a shared service. Thank you, Chair.
Ministers, I think the focus, especially on the stakeholder engagement, seems to be on the hard infrastructure issues, which is fine. But we're also looking at the soft issues. For instance, we went to Gauteng, and the judge president there said if a particular official can join the meeting, he will fall off his chairs because that particular official is not cooperative at all.
Sorry, Chair, an official from which department?
Public Works. But the same issue, in Mpumalanga also arose from the justice side. And I think even when we went to Pambridge, where the judiciary felt that they are not being consulted properly when things have to be procured or things that deal with their needs have to be addressed. So something like the Minister of Public Works talked about consequence management, which is fine, but we also think that there is a need of a lot of training, because I do think that sometimes there might not be an understanding that judiciary is another arm of state. How it should be treated. It's not like we are treating some officials, some junior officials down there. Now, there is a need for an investment in training, especially on stakeholder management, how you communicate projects, how you communicate issues of challenges, how you make sure that your responses, you take all the important stakeholders with you when you have to respond. Sometimes you find that you've got a very good engineering intervention for a particular problem, but nobody understands you and nobody is with you. And we've found that to be one of the main frustrations, especially on the side of the judiciary. Over to you, Minister of Public Works and the team.
No, thanks. We take note of your input, Chair, and we are going to ensure that we improve on that, but attend to that specific case if we get details. I will allow the DG to lead the presentation. Thank you.
Maybe before the DG presents, I think Justice has not acknowledged the roles that was sometimes played by correctional services in assisting you in Mpumalanga and other areas. And we think that that collaboration within the state is very important. And where it is happening, it needs to be acknowledged. Thank you.
Chair, we were remiss in not doing that. There's more collaboration. So even what the minister was saying, that DCS and defense, we already throw ourselves there as one ministry, that is DCS and justice. So we'll benefit from the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. DJ, acting DJ.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will try to breeze through this presentation because many of the issues are
are repetitive in nature, and my colleagues at Justice and the CS have already talked about. The next slide is about day-to-day maintenance and the 1 million rand expansion, which we've already dealt with. Next slide. On the next slide, we were requested to explain whether or not we have term contracts that are in place so that we do our maintenance preventatively rather than reactive. And we're just giving details of the number of term contracts that we have, totaling, I think, 177, covering 318 facilities in the various regions. And you'll find that we appoint the contractors by trade, mechanical, electrical, building, and cleaning services. We do have various term contracts for Justice for cleaning services. 98 contracts are currently running, also covering 98 facilities. And the reason why we are doing this for Justice is because generally clients are responsible for doing their own cleaning and gardening services. And when the services were originally devolved to various clients back in 2006, Department of Justice had requested at the time that Public Works continue to provide the service. However, around 2015, we've been engaging with Department of Justice to try and return back the devolved function to them. There were glitches there and there because we would move until we come to a point where we are unable to move forward. And we then engaged National Treasury and the DPSA, and they have provided guidance. And now we are working on finalizing this with our plan indicating that we should be done finalizing this in 2024. It should be noted that this is in twofold. There is there's human resources that are within Public Works that will move with the function. And there's also running contracts that have been awarded that will also be moved over with Department of Justice if they are still running at the end of the process. We have been asked vetting of service providers, which sometimes delay the starting of contractors. Indeed, we do run vetting of service providers, especially those that provide services to our security clusters and also our prestige clients. So we're just outlining the process in terms of what is it that we actually do when we say we're vetting a service provider. I will not take much of your time on that one. On the delays in projects, I think that will be slide number 9. On delays of projects, I think these issues that we deal with as Public Works or any other implementing agent really that are implementing projects, we do experience the same type of problem as I've explained before when I was speaking to the DCS matters. We do have the construction mafia, and we're working with with SAPS in order to apprehend the criminal elements that are associated with it. And we have contractors, obviously, that are performing poorly, and we've already dealt with this. And then the planning stage of our projects can sometimes take too long. And I've already spoken about how we appointed consulting engineers previously, which had an impact on how we plan our project faster. We were also asked a question about access to courts for people with disabilities. On this slide, we're just showing you the number of projects that we have that have been allocated for people with disabilities and the budgets that are associated with that. When you see where we say Hob House Magistrate Office, for instance, on status 5B, that means it's on construction stage. When Somerset West Magistrates Court is said to be on status 4B, which means it's on tender stage. And various magistrate centers such as Hlobane, it's also on stage 4, which is design stage. When Wentworth also in design stage, and Loxton Magistrates also in design stage. The amounts are also on the tables. I will not read them through. And then there are structures that have been set up by the Department of Justice and constitutional development to enhance the efficiency. The PECs, which is per region, we were requested that we need to delegate our regional managers to attend such meetings. we can confirm that regional managers do attend such meetings, and where they don't, they have been recused from doing so, because you find that at the agenda at the time, there's mostly issues that are justice related and not public works related. The national one, the National Efficiency Enhancement Committee, is the one where the DDGs are supposed to attend from head office. We haven't had one meeting. We haven't had a meeting, I don't remember this year, but previously, even the previous minister attended same meetings, but we are here to recommit ourselves to say if these meetings are still continue, we definitely going to attend as requested. The next issue was about regular feedback with the judiciary. This is the responsibility of the client. And heritage buildings, I think we have specific with mostly with courts. We do have buildings that are affected by heritage, which then not hampers, but I cannot think of the right word, but they must be dealt with in a particular manner, which is prescribed by the Heritage Council of South Africa. And that sometimes does take time in terms of making sure that when we do implement such project, we must get a heritage consultant who is able to assist us, or at least to preserve such facilities while we're trying to modernize them so that they are able to function in this day and age. The next slide just outlines the challenges that we do encounter when dealing with heritage buildings. We have a panel of service providers which obviously purport themselves to be heritage practitioners, only to find that during implementation we have issues there and there, and they don't really know what they're doing. And then some heritage buildings require adjustments to comply with new regulations. As I've already said, you find that these buildings are very old. The plumbing system is very old, and we need to replace the plumbing, but also preserving the heritage value of such facilities. As a way forward or solutions to that, we give directives on management of heritage assets, version 1, that has been approved and has been sent to our regional offices for them to be able to execute the projects timelessly. We have a heritage office that advises and assists line departments in terms of and the building contractors for all the proposed decisions on heritage projects. We also assist in liaising with the council directly, so that we are able to get the permit for us to continue with such a project. The next one is the precincts. We have a planning and precinct development branch under, or is it a chief directorate under the branch real estate management, real estate investment services, which seeks to develop precincts in metros, urban areas, and in rural areas, especially in areas where it's difficult to find offices, and we have to build a precinct where all the service delivery departments can then be accommodated. One such project is, but this one is the one in the metro in Tshwane. It's called the Salvacop, where work has already started, and I think we have a few departments that, or is it Stats SA, that has already moved into the precinct, but it's a long-term project where we will find many of our national departments there. I think the next one is the precinct as well, the justice precinct. You wanna take this one through, Sasa? Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Sasa Subin from the Real Estate Investments Services branch. Also acknowledge Honorable Minister. Thank you, DG. So in terms of the precinct program, We have them for various user departments, and like indicated by the acting DG, it's basically to consolidate the various requirements, infrastructure requirements by users, especially in terms of the justice, the security cluster, the social cluster, and basically bring them together so that we can create efficiencies for the state. Now, right across, we look at that, and specifically for the Department of Justice. We're fairly in the infancy of this program, because this program also within the department is fairly new. It's under 5 years old, where we're spanning out the precinct program across metros, other municipalities, and also rural departments.
That is still at a conceptual level. We are here to deal mostly with the problems, the blockages. Let's focus on those issues that have been identified, not something that is still conceptual, we're still planning. I think let's just to save time. We might at some point, or the new committee, ask for a specific presentation on those issues.
Thank you, Chairperson. We'll be happy to provide that detailed presentation. At this particular stage, I think we are in engagement with the Department of Justice. We are in close collaboration with them in terms of their new build requirements, so that we can then configure them into precincts. We do have just particularly one challenge at this moment in time, which is mainly in Gauteng. We're trying to consolidate a solution within the existing Constitutional Hill precinct. So at this particular stage, we will require the confirmation of needs and interests. So that's the only challenge at this particular stage, but we will bring through a detailed presentation.
Yeah, we will ask for a presentation. I don't think that should fall part of this meeting for now. Acting DJ, are you done?
Well, there's a few more slides for me to go through. It's actually just it's about the storage or short-term alternatives that Department of Justice requires for assistance from us from time to time. We have received 117 of those requests, and then we have issued, I think, our biggest contribution there. Oh, next slide 22. Sorry, slide 22. Yes, thank you. We have received 117 of those requests, and then we have issued 23 site clearances, and then 14 are still under investigations, preliminary investigations, and then 52 under statutory and legalization process, and then number of sites that are in procurement processes through SCM. It's just to outline the what we have received so far from the Department of Justice. Chair, I think we can leave it there, and we'll take questions. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Please, let's ask questions that are going to be taking us, in fact, mapping a way forward. Honorable Yako, Honorable Nivot Tuchen, Honorable Swart, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Maseko Jale, Honorable Ramulube, in that order.
Chairperson. Chair, through you, last year in April, we went to Umtata, and one of the main things that we were concerned about, because I see with the presentations from the department and DPW, there is no mention of the Umtata Master's Office. We went to Umtata last year in April, and what we found was that firstly, it's inhabited in an old church. The church itself is not kept. It's even in the report that we have. as a committee that we made recommendations that the church itself is not in order. If you have a disability, you cannot go up and down those stairs. We know that masters' offices in Tata are mainly old widows and widowers who come from far, who must then come to a master's office that is not functioning. There was no generator that was working. So you find that people travel for hours to get to the master's office to file their papers.
Chair, sorry.
Is it not the right platform?
No, I just, before the DM, my understanding was that they said that they are moving out of those
That's what I wanted to
premises.
know. I was going there.
Yes, because the church cannot renovate them and cannot maintain them.
That's
So
where I was
they're
going
looking
to.
for an alternative arrangement.
I wanted to understand that. That was my, I wish you would have just allowed me to finish. That was where I was going, because that church has been there for years. It was leased for years. And when we asked how much the lease was, it was 100,000 per month. A church that was not functioning. So I wanted to find out what is the way forward with regards to that church, and where are you moving that function to? And who will you be listing, or is it a building that you own? And how far can we expect a report back as to the progress with regards to that? Thank you.
Thank you. DM?
The Honorable Yako said it wasn't in the report. It is. It's under office accommodation. Unfortunately, the pages aren't numbered where that detail is given. So I know, and Ms. Kariata did speak about it, although briefly.
Chair,
But
I
that's
have the
problem
report in
with-
front of me. Can you just allude to where the page is in the report?
He said there are no pages, but the report is there. But they will answer. Let's proceed. Honorable Nubot Rochen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I do not want to take too long, but just quickly, I don't see anything with regards to the Gauteng High Court and the lighting, serious, very, very bad lighting. I think one of the deputy judge presidents said that sometimes he has to use his own torch, cell phone torch, to read his papers and write. So yeah, I just wanted to get an idea, like small things like lighting, who must see to it. And then for me, for the dignity as a woman, I had to look for toilets. There's no signage for the female toilets. And at the end, before we left, I told myself, I'm just going to use the judge president's office bathroom. But I mean, for the public, there's no signage for the bathrooms. It's not very dignified, you know, just a small thing like a sign. Then for public works, for any building, I'd like to ask this. Buildings made accessible for people with disabilities. I'm hoping that you get the correct people, because sometimes they make ramps too high, wheelchairs can't go up it, or the door that, you know, to go through, they go up the ramp, but before they get to the top of the door is already closed. So just make sure that when you do renovate these buildings, or for any government building, when you make it accessible, get the right people to do it. Then I'm not sure if it was mentioned, or I'm not sure if that is the building that's owned by the province, but we went into a court in Mafeking where the carpets were bad, and you know, it really didn't look nice, and it's not conducive for the staff. So I just wanted to know if that was in Mafeking, if that is the building that's owned by the province. The carpets are old, it's moldy. What has been done to replace that? Then also the fire, many courts had fire damage, but we also find that some of the fire extinguishers were old and outdated. So who is responsible to check whether these fire extinguishers are updated every year? Because we see a lot of fires happening in the courts, but then you also find that the fire extinguishers are expired. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, just a general thing of going forward. I noticed Public Works slide 7 about the screening business process, and the Minister, you did allude to that it needs to be improved. But I think what is important to highlight is what is said on slide 7 is verify financial status of the contractor. And then another slide says, but many contractors do not have the funds. So there's a challenge there immediately. If you tie that also up with the slide from Justice that the Deputy Minister referred to, more than half the projects get cancelled due to poor performance and their lack of financial resources. So clearly, the verification of the financial status is not sufficient, and I think it can be improved. That's a key issue. And I think also, just with DM, on that same slide, the supply chain process in general are too rigid. Now, you might want to look at the procurement bill that's just been tabled before the Finance Committee to see if there's anything in that, and a minister could help in that regard with the supply chain management. That's taking the process going forward. We appreciate, Minister, your comments of improving, turning around. I think just over my years, there has been deterioration of infrastructure, but there have been initiatives to improve, such as where you have the regional public works representatives traveling with us. Now, that was helpful immediately. That was never done in previous parliaments, as far as I can remember, where you would have the regional public works person and you'd have the regional justice person there, and sitting there, we could immediately see. And I think when we were also in the Northern Cape, when I was there, there was also a national person from the Public Works Office. So there are some initiatives that are helping, but we still see the deterioration of maintenance. I think the issue of the construction mafia, acting DG that you mentioned, is a massive issue. And this is something across the board. But given that this is also the Justice Portfolio Committee, and we should be, and we have raised that issue with the NPA as well, and they've been assuring us that steps are being taken, working with the Hawks to address that issue. That is, again, a forward-looking issue. I just wanted to also say that we appreciate that load shedding is no longer taking place at the SCA. Now, again, that you've got the president of the SCA had raised this issue. Why was it only when we visited the SCA? And I remember distinctly, Chair, you were with us, and we said, we want that sorted out today. How can it be? It was a contradiction. The High Court down the road in Bloemfontein did not have load shedding, but the SCA did have. So these are things, Minister, that one can look at proactively, where here is the SCA that was experiencing load shedding, and it was soon resolved after we'd been there. I just also wanted to ask, the issue that came up is the mobile units, and I appreciate that it is an interim structure, or in certain cases a permanent structure, and that one might be moving away from bricks and mortar to provide, given, and one must not forget the financial constraints that Public Works and Department of Justice are operating under, that we cut the budgets as well. We cut the budgets as Parliament. So I wanted to hear briefly whether Justice is, and even Office of the Chief Justice, how they are experiencing the mobile offices and storage. Storage I can understand, but offices as a possible medium to long-term solution. Chair, thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenberg.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Again, I'd like to start by saying that, of course, Public Works has a massive job, responsible for many things, and they do have a limited budget. But with regards to their interaction with the Justice Department, invariably we're disappointed. When we do oversight visits, the courts look bad, the buildings are in disrepair, brand new buildings are falling apart, and there's no explanation for it. And again, I must ask, what kind of proactive maintenance is done? It's clear that it's not done, but why is there no proactive maintenance? Why is there no accountability for contractors who get appointed and then terminated for poor performance, and the money is down the drain? Why is there not a proper vetting process in place to deal with these contractors? Why are we seeing the same people over and over again? All the money gets poured down the drain and we see absolutely no improvement in the infrastructure of the courts and of other Justice Department buildings. And they're all in a shocking state of disrepair. There are no buildings that look good, that make you feel great when you walk into them. I visited the Bloemfontein Regional Court about 2 weeks ago. The floors are shocking. They're those old little block parquet floors. There are blocks missing everywhere. The regional court magistrate has to come down a steep flight of stairs. There's no handrail. If she falls, she'll hurt herself badly. When she comes down those steep stairs, she has to step onto a floor that's so uneven that I wonder that she hasn't broken a limb yet. And then her door doesn't work. That gives her access to the court. So she has to walk past the prosecutor and the public to get into the court. I mean, it's totally unacceptable. Why are these things not attended to? And that's an old court. Plettenberg Bay, brand new court I visited about 2 months ago. Brand new court, beautiful state-of-the-art building. Massive windows to let in the light, they're cracked. How does that happen? Those things are new. And why are they not replaced? The women's bathrooms in Plettenberg Bay absolutely astonished me. Without fail, if you stand in the women's bathrooms in front of the basin and wash your hands, the mirrors are so high on the wall that you can only see the top of your head. I don't know if you know what mirrors are for, but they're not to look at the top of your head. In the disabled bathrooms in Plettenberg Bay, not one of them had any functioning lights. They were pitch dark. They have no windows. Not one of them had a functioning light. They were so dark that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Who's going to use them? Why are those things not attended to? They've got beautiful, fancy wooden benches, but they're all falling apart. The tops are coming off, almost all of them. How do we pay good money for that kind of shoddy workmanship? And are there consequences? Are people held to account? It just remains astonishing and disappointing that public money is spent on things that do not work. There appears to be no supervision, there appears to be no consequences. In the Supreme Court of Appeal, you've listed here on, well, the page is not numbered, unfortunately, but Supreme Court of Appeal, you say not achieved, the chillers have reached the end of their lifespan. The project of the replacement has been registered by the Department of Public Works in February 2022. The tender to appoint a contractor will be advertised in October 2023. Why? Why does it have to take more than a year to deal with that kind of an issue? And it's not a new issue. Those air conditioners have been broken on and off for years. Why haven't they been replaced? Why were they not maintained? And what is the consequence for people not doing their jobs? The Limpopo High Court's a new building. We've got to replace electronic doors. Service providers being appointed. And the completion date is in June 2023. But you say the parts will be ordered on the 25th of May. So my question to you is, were the parts ordered on the 25th of May? Limpopo High Court again. Dysfunctional lights and wall plugs. DPWI is in the process of appointing a contractor by July 2023. Dysfunctional lights and wall plugs. And you can't appoint a contractor before July 2023. I don't understand these delays. I just don't. The Potchefstroom Magistrates Court fell apart more than a year ago. It just collapsed. They're having court on the pavement under the tree. I have photographs of that happening. I've sent them to the Minister of Justice. How is a court supposed to conduct its business on the pavement under a tree? Why was the building allowed to fall into such disrepair? You say that there's something about the roof trusses. I've lost the place now. I wrote it down and I'm so astonished I've lost it. There's something about roof trusses not being included in the quote, and that needing to be. The roof collapsed. How could roof trusses not be included? How is it going to stay up without roof trusses? I'm not a builder and even I know that. The performance of public works, and perhaps I'm preaching to the converted, I don't know if the people here are to blame or not, but the performance of public works is shocking. Money gets poured down the drain, it's taxpayers' money, we have to be held to account. Are there consequences for this appalling service delivery? I need to know that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masako.
Thank you, Chairperson. We visited Palm Ridge in one of our visits, and the status was very bad. It was like we were going to fall in one areas of the court, but what I want to applaud the DPWI for is that when we went there for the second time, we really were happy. So it's not that everything is gloom and bad, sorry, but we want to say if there's somewhere where you did well, and then we want to say, yes, well done. So we went there for the second time, yes, and things were done speedily, and we were happy, and then we brought back the report. Whilst we were there in Palm Ridge, the issue of the old courts in the townships was raised. There are a number of courts, the old courts which are right in the township that are lying there not being used. And the fear is that in the long run, they can be a vandalism, and we believe that something can be done. Those buildings can be used to assist in terms of the courts that shortage, especially in the township. People are still going to far areas for the services. So if you can look into that one. Secondly, Chair, we went to Colesbeck, the magistrate court. How that court is built, it is really not assisting in terms of security. And there were escapes, maybe twice or thrice, where the magistrate was giving us a report that whilst he was busy in session, when he said to the what is it, the one who's arrested, accused, said the case is reminded, the guy just jumped and then just left everybody. The police, I don't know whether everybody was not ready to, was not on alert. The guys just jumped. The way it is built, it is like this. In fact, this one is even much better. It's just a straight room with those chairs. So such courts, at least security must be very tight. When it comes to the issues of scanners, they were not functioning. The scanners are not functioning, and then also those butlers that they have put there, it is not helping. It's just like a room, and it is not. It doesn't safe for the magistrate, even himself, and the guys there. So also on the issue of in the very same area in the Northern Cape, there was a proposal that they need to be provided with the mobile courts because of the shortage. In fact, the spacious, their areas are vast, so people cannot access services. Court is very far, and women have to be taken. In fact, that one of women, in fact, I really felt very bad when they were talking about the issue of maintenance and all those, and people have to be taken by vans, put into vans and be taken to the nearest courts and all that. So they proposed that to mitigate the shortage of courts, what if they are being given, in fact, they want to be given the mobile courts. But that one also comes with its own challenges, which is those challenges includes the municipal permits and other relevant municipal bylaws. So I think they need to be assisted because it's a serious problem for the Northern Cape. And it has to be attended speedily because it's a very vast area. Northern Cape, it's very big. There are lots of problems there. And then also on the issue of the 1 million emergency maintenance amount, the presenter is the DDG alluded to that it is sometimes depleted before the term. So I wanted to find out what happens, what then, because you find that you still need to do a lot of things and the term is still far to finish. What is the interventions that can be done also by DPWI? And also on these issues of cleaning and gardening, they need to assist because the surroundings of these courts in other areas, they really need to be taken care of. So it's a serious problem during our visits. On the issue of the relationship, in fact, the communication between the stakeholders, for example, DPWI, DOJCD, and also the Office of the Chief Justice. It seems as if there is also a problem when it comes to that one. I think we might, Chair, we would like to find out how are they going to assist in that one, because it seems as if there's a lack of engagement with the judiciary in respect of maintenance and infrastructure issues. Very serious one. We had a visit to the Office of the Justice. Most of the issues, those were raised by them. They were complaining about the executive not in taking care of their responsibilities. They have been raising a lot of issues that I will never go into, but that matter, the SG will assist in terms of that, because they have given us a lot of a list of the issues that they are not happy about that relates to the issue of the infrastructure. In fact, we also visited, Chair, if you remember, we went to Gauteng High Court. That building, it's like at some point it's going to fall. I don't know, because I'm not an engineering, but there's something falling there. You can see that roof is coming down and it leaks. And it's not long that we visited the High Court in Gauteng. And I don't know if that matter will be sorted now, but to us, it looked like it's something that it will need more attention and a lot of money, but it has to be attended to. Also, maybe if we can be given the time frame when it comes to the issues of the program of the generators, the improvement of the generators, because you can't leave it like that without getting to know exactly when are you going to finish with that program, because it is impacting on the work of the courts, especially during the time of load shedding. So it is important that you speed that one and you give us the time frame so that next time when you come or the department come and then they report to us. And you also spoke about the issue of devolving of functions. That one, it is one of the proposals that were made by to DPWI by Justice Department, like you said earlier, but there's also a proposal that they made in terms of the monthly reports to be accurately updated by DPWI and submitted timelessly as a control measure for reporting and monitoring processes. They want to make sure that those reports, they indicate when was the call made, cancelled, and also in progress. So they want to know all those issues. So you have to attend to that one. Chair, I'm sure those were the only ones that I wanted to mention, Chair. Oh, I think these buildings, Chair, lastly, the buildings, we all know that for as long as the DPWI don't maintain these buildings, I want to emphasize that my colleague also mentioned it. These old ones, you are not doing anything to them. I'm talking to DPWDG, I'm referring to the acting DG now. You are really not doing anything. If you can go to these buildings, most of them, I'm not only talking now on the justice buildings. I'm also referring to the home affairs and all those. These are the assets of the community that you need to take care of them. The very same people that are supposed to use them, when they go to these facilities, they really don't get joy. So if you can really make your own assessment of all the buildings, but I heard when, I don't know whether it was the DDG was making a presentation, making a distinction between the provincial and the national properties, because most of our properties, especially, let me look at the DPWI, those buildings have been hijacked by our brothers from Africa. They have been hijacked, and when you, I don't know whether you have your mandate, it doesn't go to the municipalities, I'm not sure. But when you go to towns like Germiston, you go to Johannesburg, you see that these buildings have been hijacked. And I don't know whether they still fall under you or they fall under the municipality, but if you can be assisted, because now our people are hiring these buildings, staying in those not safe buildings, but they pay a lot of money. So if you can also look into that one, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, can we have a 2 minutes body break? Unfortunately, I can't delegate this function. And I don't have the luxury like others of just going out. Can we have a 2 minutes body break?
if necessary, they could also supplement in writing if they
This
would
can
like to.
supplement in writing, yes. Yes. Honorable Ramuluba.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you were cutting me, bearing time. Chair, let me acknowledge the presentation made by both departments, Department of Public Works and Justice in this instance. Chair, most of things that I would have wanted to raise would have been covered by my colleagues in some instances. I'll reiterate further if needed. Chair, Honorable Swart made an indication on when he spoke on mobile units, courts or offices. And I'll make a typical example with Musina. There is one mobile unit which is used for offices. I'm not sure whether it was meant for court, but it's now used for the cash. They would know the colleagues from Justice, but it's used by outside building to outside. So it places about 6 to 7 officials inside. So there is no privacy in that unit. But I will not mine. It's not unnecessarily saying it's bad. It's a mitigation that is put in place, bearing in mind. But I want to base this, Chair, on other areas, especially on what Honorable Jelle Cape, that can we equally have those mobile units in affluent areas who would require lifts or to be transported by subs, be around 60 to 65 kilometers, because it was a case in point in Colesberg, Chair. The Colesberg court would service communities that are about 60 to 70 kilometers, and some of them, they will rely on subs when it brings in inmates to get lift, to be able to use the services, which it's not correct. So if Justice can, that initiative of mobile units, broaden it to the Northern Cape or any affluent areas that we're going through. But let me also acknowledge that the Colesberg court, amongst all the courts one has gone to in terms of oversight, the Colesberg court had not a lot of issues, which is something that we need to commend with Justice on the work that is done. Yes, it's a barely new court, but it's still maintained by Public Works together with Justice. And let's hope that they keep it at that. And then we don't have a situation when the new administration comes in after 2024, you find issues of maintenance not being adhered to, Chair. My colleagues have spoken on the Polokwane High Court. I'll make my emphasis on courts, especially in Limpopo, because I would have done a follow-up oversight. The situation of Limpopo High Court is very bad. You would be told about the TMF contract that still needs to be put in place and so forth and so on. And the situation of the High Court was identified last year when we did the oversight. And still, when I went back for a follow-up in February, there was still a similar issue. Nothing has changed. In this instance, upon my arrival, a lift that is used by judges, had broken off. The second floor ceiling had fallen off. A day before that, it was raining heavy in Limpopo. Then ceiling had gone down. So it was a very disastrous situation we find ourselves. There was a case in point in terms of the havoc lifts where some officials were locked in for more than 4 hours before they could be rescued, because there are system of lifts, only one person, that designed by one person. So you can't have someone coming in and unlocking or trying to open up for those who would be locked inside. They must call that service provider that initially designed that spec of lifts, and which for me is not correct, Chair. And I raised it in the follow-up, and I want to check how far they with Public Works, because the colleagues that were reporting, giving a presentation, were part of that meeting. How far are they with that issue of Harvard lifts or any matters that relates to the High Court? And in this instance, I'll go to what Honorable Jele has been saying, timeframes of them. I agree with one of my colleagues who made an essence to say it can be correct that in your design completion of projects, you would say something 15 January 2024, completion of the project 15 October 2025. Or before you could advertise a process, you would then say it would be an advert would go in September, appointment would be in January. Why are we taking so long to appoint? Why are we taking so long to appoint, especially when we know these are not new issues that we need to deal with? It's issues that have been there before some of us came in Parliament. So why are we taking long to resolve such issues? On Toyando Chair, I've seen the report that both departments alludes to, but I want to get an undertaking to say, has the tender gone out? Their timelines makes an indication that there is an advert that is supposed to have gone out. But I want to know, has that process started? And if it has, what is the actual date of that? On my follow-up visit, this was indicated in February that we are ready to advert in March. We're advertising the tender, and we give it two months for the adjudication, verification process, and all that supplement jargons that they like using until appointment. But if now we're in May, in actual fact, next week would be in June, an advert has not gone out, it worries me, Chair. On Musina, Chair, the situation in Musina is bad. It's completely bad. They make an indication that toilets have been fixed. I can tell you now and say tomorrow we go to Musina, Chair. When they mean toilets are fixed, they mean literally you can use it, you can flush it, but still the system that carries the water, it's broken. So one has to use their hands to be able to flush the system. You get into one, it's meant to be male toilets. You get in, you find running water. When you ask them, they give you another narrative. Whilst we're still trying to save water that Musina on its own has issues with. So I asked the question to say, why are we not able to find a temporary space to accommodate the Musina High Court? Because at some instance, Musina courts would be taken under a tree to be able to mitigate the bedlock that the magistrate finds itself with. Why are we not able to identify a temporary space to accommodate the court whilst it goes through the R&R project until its completion, Chair? Because that situation, whilst the
Honorable Khomoto, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You have scan machines that are. Am I audible now, Chair?
Yes, we're struggling to hear you. Sometimes you are audible, sometimes you are not. Maybe it will be help to summarize.
Let me switch off the video. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. On Musina, Chair, was asking if there were houses that Public Works made mention that they have around Musina that Honorable Jela would have alluded to, that would be hijacked by either our brothers from other countries or anyone else. Have we identified some of those spaces that especially Public Works has to be able to accommodate Musina Court? Because of their situation, it's really, really bad. Looking at if there are no houses to accommodate that Public Works has, have we looked into options of leasing temporarily whilst we're still busy with an overall R&R project in Musina, Chair? And this goes to Potchefstroom, Chair. When we did the oversight in Potchefstroom this year, that court was bad. You have level, I think is it 4 and 5 that are still under construction. You have 1 and 2 that are completed, but whilst officials are still working. I remember when we left that court, I think most of us were a bit sick, were coughing from the dust that we would have inhaled. So it worries me on officials that are working there every day. How are they taking in terms of health hazard, Chair? And why aren't we able to identify a temporary space for those officials whilst the building is still under construction? There was an instance where a roof fell whilst during the day, and we are lucky that there are no incidents that have been reported. But what would have happened if it fell whilst there were people under that roof? It would have been a serious case. Why aren't we able to get temporary spaces for such courts to be able to house officials? And when we're done, we bring them back. Then if we do not have any space as public works that we own, why are we not leasing in that aspect, Chair? Another worry, and this goes to justice, which speaks to the court. There was an issue of the children's court or the intermediaries that have been shifted to Klerksdorp temporarily until the renovations or the R&R project is completed. Chair, my worry is that are we finding any mitigation to be able to transport communities that especially would have to attend courts or bring their kids or children that are coming from the Potch areas to Klerksdorp, so that we are not hampering on the livelihoods of our people, bearing in mind that Potchefstroom situation, Chair. I think my last point, Chair, would be on contracts of cleaners. And I'll make an example with Toyando as well. When we got there on our first visit, the court was extremely dirty, extremely dirty, but there were cleaners there sitting, doing nothing. When we asked, cleaners are contracted to Public Works, not to Justice, but they service justice. Then we asked the court manager, why aren't you able to instruct cleaners to clean? He makes an indication that then it was an acting manager, court manager, makes an indication that when you do try to nip cleaners, they remind you where they report or where their contract lies. And this, I know there's one court as well, I'm not sure whether it's in the Northwest or it's in the Northern Cape, that also made an indication of this incident or troubles. Have we tried to find, develop a contract between Justice and Public Works? Yes, cleaners would be contracted by Public Works, but their line of function and reporting becomes in Justice, so that they're able to take ownership of their courts since they are the client. That's my last point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Public Works.
Okay, Chairperson, I think let me start by the last comment for cleaning services from Honorable Ramolobeng. We did indicate in our presentation that the devolution of those services is going back to the Department of Justice so that they have full control over. But however, our relationship with all our client departments is governed by a service level agreement which we signed. So that incident that you are stating is an anomaly, and it should not be happening that way, because they are servicing the court and they should be under the management of the court, whether it is a service provider or it's an actual employee of the department. Chairperson, many of the questions are related to the ones that we answered earlier. The one thing that I picked up, perhaps that might require a response from my side, I think it was Honorable Swart raising the issue of capital, contractors failing to deliver their project because of funding. So when you do when you actually do a vetting, that service provider most likely will pass the test in terms of what are we looking for. They'll probably have a good bank rating, or is it an A or a B, or I think minimum is C bank rating that we require. But the problem comes when they actually need the money to fund the project. So the gap for me is how do we then mobilize capital funding for these projects for the contractors that we award? I'll give you a case in point of the Polokwane, not Polokwane, Mpumalanga High Court. That project was actually awarded to a very well-known, well-to-do company, but it folded during the process. I think by the time we finished the contract, it was now on business rescue or liquidation. And that is a big company. So these projects, you find that you award in good faith. Everybody has passed the hoops, but through the project, then the contractors struggle. So some contractors would actually try to find funding and they wouldn't get the funding that they need for the project. And also the timing, when we award you a project today, you have very little time to go and make an application and get the funding so that you can start the project. It's almost as if you're supposed to be having this facility, which you will not get otherwise, unless you have an appointment letter. So those are the issues that perhaps as Public Works and all the other implementing agents, together with funding institutions, we need to have in terms of how do we then make our projects bankable, because they fail at that level, not necessarily that they came without the necessary expertise for them to do the project. I just wanted to address that. The issue of maintenance, Honorable Breitenbach, you have raised it before, and for courts, we have engaged with the Department of Justice. We are going to implement total facilities management on their bigger courts, and the smaller courts will be serviced by our term contracts. Honorable Maseko Jele, you raised the issue of the generators. We do have a few projects for generators. That is the short term or even a long-term solution, depending on the type of facilities that we have. But as a department, we have a much bigger project that is called the Integrated Energy Efficiency Project, IREP. That's the short of it. That's the bigger project that we are rolling out as a department that will make sure that all our facilities at the end of the project are self-sustainable in terms of energy. Hijacked buildings. We have, as a department, we have I don't know if hijack is the right word in our case, but we do have buildings that we have identified as illegally occupied, and not just for justice. These are various buildings across the country. We had the SIU do an investigation and they identified some 1,200 odd properties that were illegally transferred or illegally occupied, or just occupying the buildings, but not necessarily having the necessary papers. And we have a project as Public Works called Operation Bring Back, which is aiming to recover such properties. And we have actually seen some successes. I don't know if I can mention the names here, but we have successfully transferred back, or at least in the process of transferring back, certain big properties in Gauteng that had been stolen from us. I think I can, I don't know, some of the questions were meant for the justice colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. From our side, the issue of the mobile units, we have already included them in the budgets for the regions. So the regions have got the mandate to procure those mobile units where they are necessary. I think most of the questions that have been asked, the acting DG has responded to, unless if the Chief Director has something to say also.
Can I just ask before the Chief Director responds? The issue that Honorable Yako raised about 100,000 rental for the Mthatha, the church for the Mthatha magistrate, I mean the Mthatha master's office. There is detail in terms of what she was asking in the document, but just can you clarify on the 100,000 per month?
Thank you, DM. Yes, we are paying, as I said on my earlier presentation, we are paying minimal rent to the church. And now the church is not in a position to maintain that building. Hence, now we are finding an alternative accommodation for them. And part of what is on our procurement plan is to address the generator, which will then become the property of the state, because the landlord can then give us the generator as well because of financial constraints that they are going through. So that's how as a temporary measure, we are trying to assist to make sure that they continue rendering their services. But as I said, the specifications have been done, they will be advertised, in the process of viewing potential buildings will then be undertaken. But the long term for Mthatha is the Mthatha precinct. There is a Mthatha precinct that we are working on, where we are going to be moving all the justice service points, including the magistrate court, because now we can't even expand it because even the land that is there is very small. So that is the long-term plan that we have for Mthatha. But for the masters where they are now, we are going to find them an alternative accommodation. DM. Okay, all right. Then the houses in Messina, yes, we have submitted those the houses. We have identified the houses submitted to Public Works. I think there is a rezoning process that Public Works is currently going through to rezone those houses, and we'll be using a portion of that to render some business services of justice in those houses. The depleted budgets. What happens is that we share responsibility between Public Works and Justice in terms of maintenance. So what I was trying to explain there is that during the financial year, you'll find that Public Works come back to us and say, the calls we have logged, we can't attend to them because we have depleted the funds. We then take over as the Department of Justice, and we don't even recover that from Public Works, because we appreciate the fact that we can't leave things as they are in the courts, and then we then proceed and implement. Where we require a mandate to be written or permission to be written by DPWI, we request them to give us such permission.
But that can't be a sustainable way of dealing with issues. We are taking a whole of government approach. So this will result in duplication. It can't be a sustainable way. Honorable Yak, what is the problem?
Oh, Chair, I'm not covered. When are you going to move the master's office in Mthatha from that building, which you're paying 100,000 for a month, which is not functional, to another building? When?
Maybe, Honorable Yako, I think there are many areas in their presentations where you don't have when, how, and in terms of project management. Maybe what we need to do is that for all the departments, we want a consolidated presentation in a form of a project management plan by the 31st of July that would say, for each and every project, especially your short-term project, I mean, the problems that the MPs have identified during the oversight, we are very much interested in the when, how, as the committee, so that when we report to the House, we are able to attach what you would have committed to. And then the next committee, when it comes or when it is constituted, they will be able to do proper follow-ups, but they can't do follow-ups on the basis of what do you call it, DG Justice in your diplomatic language? These statements that we aspire to do these things. We don't work like that. We are more, these problems are problems that need us, when we report, we must be reporting on the basis of that project plan. Is that fine, Honorable? And I think generally is the way forward. That we need that consolidated, for instance, the issue of the 1 million rent devolution, has it started? So things like that, we need things that we must be very specific in our report.
Yes, that the chair just been affected by inflation and currency depreciation. So we hope that the minister might consider 5 million soon.
Yeah, no, that is a second round of Doha negotiations. So we need that kind of a report in terms of a way forward. But what we will do before the end of the year, we will call a similar meeting. But we would need more time because in that meeting, we will be saying, in terms of your project plan, this is what you said. And we would like to check, where are you? So it would not be a meeting starting from 9:30 to 1. In that meeting, we must be prepared to start at 9:30 until 9, because we'll be dealing with specifics. Specific issues, and it will be important that ministers be present so that we are able to see ukuthi lama report afika kini, are they in fact is what people are experiencing on the ground, and to their MPs now they are raising issues. Thank you very much, members. Can we release and then the committee just remain for a few minutes? Can we release everybody else?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the members.
Our indebtedness to you, Chair.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
The Secretariat, myself, and the research unit, we just identify a date, maybe Friday, where we can receive this report, in fact, the presentation from Ms. Silkstone on the South African Human Rights Commission, because you don't want to have a situation where you are just doing malicious compliance. We must always apply ourselves diligently. And most of us transports to the airport, like mine will be available at 2:30. So we just and we don't like a situation where we are forced to suppress members. Members must have be allowed to speak. That is the first one. The second one is the issue raised by Honorable Swart and I think Honorable Breitenbach, which is it's my mistake. In fact, I need to apologize for it. What happened? We got M314, M314 in terms of the decision that we took that we need to be physical. When this request, in fact, of the minister came, where he was saying that it will be him, the national commissioner, and the DG of both would not be around. And after a long discussion that we can't have a situation where the accounting authority, the accounting officers, and the executive authority are not part of the meeting. But the problem that we had at that time, that already they were overseas. They had already booked and all of those things. So we tried to meet them halfway to say the DGs can connect virtually so that we meet them halfway. But to change from that venue to the venue that will enable hybrid, we got a permission late, and already they had already took their flights back to South Africa. It was at that time when I think Honorable Ramulubeng asked me whether this is going to have a hybrid facility. At that time when she asked, the hybrid facility had already been booked now, which is this building. But to the extent that I created the confusion, please accept my apologies. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. Your apology is accepted, of course. But the fact of the matter is that we agreed as a committee that this engagement would be face-to-face for a good reason. It's impossible to hold people to account properly on the virtual platform. And so if the rest of us could have taken the trouble, and we all took trouble to be here, then the Honorable Ramulubeng should have taken the same trouble. That's all.
I think we're correct, Honorable Breitenbach, to the extent that I should, it's me who gave her that particular permission, and I shouldn't have. I think it's me. I would like to apologize for that, because I mean, even with her, you saw that there was a time where she was struggling with a network, which comes back to the reason why we wanted everybody to be here. But I would like to apologize, members, for that. And then with respect to that issue of Ms. Silkstone, the South African Human Rights Commission. Okay, so we'll find a time, because it will not be, but we just don't want to suppress members in case they would want to have a discussion of a longer period of time. Not us, some get bored, not us, we don't get bored. No, thank you very much, members. The meeting is adjourned.